Greetings, folks. Whew. What a morning. What a morning. All right. See how many windows we've got open. Why is this whole thing dead? Most things are closed down. Shouldn't be so bad. All right, so let's see. Kostya's got the white pieces. He's played another English opening, but for some reason he can't castle. Why didn't he castle when bishop h3 was played? Here he chose not to castle. Could it be that he was afraid of this? That he didn't see a good way to deal with h5, h4? No. No, at some point you just have to coordinate your pieces. I mean, should be fine to castle. This doesn't look that scary. I mean, it's scary in a bullet game, but is there no sound? Athens Dripman can hear me over on Twitch. Is there a problem on YouTube specifically? Looks like the mic's pretty reactive to me. Phone's beeping. Yeah, of course I was muted before I turned on the mic. That's for sure. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how to play white's position overall here, right? Because knight d5 is running into c6. I'm not sure what these pawns are doing over here at the moment. You know, I'm looking at something like, you know, queen f3, h4, bishop d2 or b2. You know, I'm not proud of what I'm doing. I'm not crushing black myself. Oh, maybe something here. Hang on. Maybe he couldn't bring the queen to f3 because she gets stuck out here. Send her way over there, then come back to attack. Back to attack. I mean, the queen on a5, that's not what we wanted. Thanks, Micah. Thanks, Athens. Hope you're all doing well today. Let's see if I got any water. I could use some water. What's 1 second when you've already waited half an hour for audio and an hour for the show? No more water. Queen f3 is not forced, but I mean, when they play bishop h3 and you castle, and then they play h5, their plan being h4, hg, bishop g2, king g2, queen h3. I mean, you kind of want your queen over here, so I tried to bring her over here. It's not 100% forced. Like, I could avoid checkmate with f4 opening the second rank, right? And then h4, rook f2, queen e2, something like that. But do I want to do that, right? Do I want to maybe sack a pawn and open up my king side, right? Knight gets hit by the bishop on g7 and then fg. Do I want that? I don't want that. So what I want is queen f3, and it's quite relevant that it doesn't work. Quite relevant. In fact, maybe what I need to do is trade myself to have a square for my queen. Against e4, I can always save the knight, so that's an important little bit. And against h4, I come here. And I come here. And then I kick him. And I kick him. And I lose my center. I can't even play h3. As some of you may know, I'm not doing great here as white. Hang on, I'll just play e4 to protect my d-pawn. Clamp some light squares, kick yo back, make a move like this. You're going to be shocked to see how much better my position is going to be in a moment. Okay, I'm alive here. I'm alive here. Instead of queen g2 after h4, rook b2. Well, yeah, but my point is that position is terrible. I want to bring my queen to g2. So the answer is to trade myself on h3 so that my queen has a square. And now you could agree or disagree, but you're going to see that white is in the game. Whoops, sorry, e4. It's completely different from what we had before. I'm totally in the game. Yeah, this line here, sorry, bishop e3. You want to not bring this knight from the back rank, and instead you want to play for f5 without your pieces coordinated to your king. Do you want to castle king side or just play rook f8? You want to play rook f8. But, I don't know, maybe I play f4 first then. Maybe I'll go here. Was this an opening success or failure for Kostya? I'm guessing it's a failure. I don't know for sure, but to me it's a failure. You know, he's white and his position doesn't look good. You're worrying about the pawn, yeah. But I mean, even more, but okay, rook f8 or knight e6 doesn't change the evaluation of the position, right? Like, you can get a position for black here, sure. You know, you can play knight e6 or rook f8, you can play for f5, but white has a position now, right? I traded the light squared bishop, I defended my king, I grabbed some more space with my pawn structure. Now my knight and bishop have room. I'm able to coordinate my whole position. Even if I don't achieve f4, maybe I just play f3, you know? Like knight e6, bishop e3. I don't know if you want to castle queenside into a pawn storm or just chill in the center, which is slightly locked, right? But whatever black chooses to do, I have a legit position here for white. Like, I'm obviously playing the game with you now. I would be surprised if black's better as well. I mean, I don't want to get into arguments of details or anything, but I mean, I think white's comfortable. Like, there's more of a chance that white's better than that black's better in this position because of the light squared pawn structure. This bishop's a small problem. This pawn, I would say, is slightly more of a problem than an advantage. So I mean, I'd be happy to have white here. In the game, I'd definitely be happy to have black. It's just a normal position with white's king in the center. White's light square is a little bit dodgy, right? and black has a plan to go f5, king h8 and whatever. c6 really limits the knight, and white needs a plan. Yeah, we can feel that. And to me, knight e6 played by Rupin, by the way. See, developing his coconuts before going coconut pushing, right? He develops the big coconuts. And now if he played f5, Kostya might have queen d5 he has to calculate. Actually, if you leave that knight on d8 too long, maybe there'd be some random position where you would actually have to fear knight b5 and just losing a pawn. Do you see this? Like, if you go c6 thinking the knight's trapped on a7, the knight goes to d6. So you could just lose a pawn for black. And look at something nice that happens when you develop your big coconuts. The little coconuts are protected, watched out for, etc. So here is just a vaguely unpleasant position for Kostya because he hasn't yet tucked the king. He can, at some point, deal with it in some ways. I think right here he might play maybe g4 to try and trap a queen trade. And basically, black can try to retreat from the whole thing, but at the cost of that, which... I mean, do you believe in black with the king here versus white's king here playing f5? Maybe you do, but it's not 100% clear which king is more bad there. There's another plan which Kostya didn't use, which would have been to go rook g1, and the idea is you dig out with queen g2. If they take on h2, their queen's trapped when you go back, right? So they play something like knight here, and then you play here, and if they back off, right, you, recapture some squares. Like that or something. Queen e4. No, it's kind of weird. But basically you push their queen back and then you can walk your king into the house you've built. So I saw at least two ways for Kostya to address the king situation. He's made a move. Let's see what it was. g4, yep. No surprise there because I barely sat down in my chair and that was the first thing I thought of. So, makes sense. If black trades queens, then suddenly the position's equal. And if black runs away, then suddenly it's double-edged, right? So, I was asked, is the opening a success or a failure? I say failure, but I'm not going to say disaster, right? It's a failure, but not a disaster. It's a failure in that he didn't get an advantage, and he used a lot of time, right? So he definitely didn't get what he wanted. He's not sitting there thinking like, yeah, oh, the queen trade. We love the queen trade. He's got pure equality. Now, you might even say it's maybe a mild, well, it depends if Kostya likes endgames as much as I. You could start to call this a success now, just because queens are off the board. But okay, an opening disaster is you're worse by move 10 with white, or you lose in the opening with black, or something like that, right? But Kostya normally will have a time advantage. And with white, he'll normally have at least an equal position. So for him to have been behind half an hour on the clock, at best equality, maybe slightly worse, definitely the opening phase didn't help him to win this game. Yeah, black did not spend very much time choosing whether or not to trade queens. Kostya trades with no big hesitations now. If black doubles on his pawn, maybe be able to defend it with knight e4, maybe with a rook on f1. It's not a big deal. I think he should tuck in this way. Over here, I feel some open space. We might want a rook on the g file ourselves to pressure black. So this looks like a simple move for Kostya to tuck the king in here. I might play rook f1 instead of knight e4 just to avoid c6, d5, activating sort of the center and the bishop on g7 a little bit. Yes, I do, Skibix. I think I would have done much better in my overall career trajectory. Now, it's hard. It's very hard to play like what ifs about those decisions. Honestly, people often say the what ifs pretty confidently, but I feel like the what ifs are real guesswork. But what if I started studying endgames earlier in my career? I think I would have done better overall, because I spent so long with an aversion to endgames, and then I played very strictly for such complicated positions, the kind of positions where even masters make big enough mistakes that less of the games are decided by endgames, you see, right? Like, if you make a game complicated enough, masters also won't make it to the endgame, right? Somebody will win or lose a piece in the middle game. So the fear of endgames kept me playing the very, very sharp, complicated chess. It made me keep going down certain bad opening paths instead of being more willing to play whatever position comes up. You'll see that most of the top players are almost agnostic as to what kind of positions they get. I mean, they may have some positions that they like and they actively try to get to now and then, and they're excited when they get them, like I was, but they don't complain or whine or hesitate or collapse if something else is indicated, right? Yeah, there are probably a few great games that I wouldn't have played because I wasn't pursuing my crazy stuff, but I would have scored certainly way, way, way more points. Not even necessarily just off the end game, but just off being willing to play the end game, right? So, like, for example, if you've seen some of the games of Rachel, one of our students here, right, Rachel, when you consider her chess, she wants to play like Mikhail Tal. She wants to play, the crazy piece sacks, the King's Gambit style games. She wants that. But when she doesn't get it, yesterday she just won an endgame totally normally. The day before, she pressed a rook and pawn ending for 60 moves. Her opponent eventually held tight and drew the game with her, right? But she tried. She tried to win an endgame. She didn't mind playing an endgame. She's happy to do these endgame sensei episodes with Anushka or Matt or anybody, right? She's happy to spar endgames. So she doesn't have like a fear or a weakness or a thing that she's trying to avoid or that she needs to cover or anything like that, right? So that's very important. Here's her game today where it looks like she's again lost a pawn in the opening. A weakness of Rachel's, Matt's, and Anushka's, slightly on me that I missed this, but a weakness of Rachel, Matt, and Anushka's is that all three of them don't understand at all how to play an opening without specific opening theory and plans and knowledge of that kind. You know what I mean? If you just give them a position that's not an opening they prepared, like I can see what happened to Rachel here. She wanted to play the King's Indian, right? And then her opponent played a move order that she was unfamiliar with. This move order says, I want to play e4. Now, if you try and keep playing the King's Indian, oops, you're not playing the King's Indian. Right? And so when she gets pulled out of the opening schema that she knows narrowly, this is true of all three of them actually. I didn't notice it earlier. They literally don't know how to play the opening. They probably each learned an opening in a really weird way long ago. Like they probably skipped straight from no one ever taught them how to play openings. Someone just taught them how to play, the London system or the King's Indian or something like that, skipping everything in between. and just said, oh, you play this move, this move, this move in this order, and then you play this move. You know what I mean? They have no idea how to just think about a move in an opening position. So if Anushka plays the Sicilian as black and 1d4 as white, it means if you give her any position in the French defense or the Caro-Kann or the Rui Lopez or something like that, and you just say, what are like candidate moves here for white or black? She just won't know how to think about it at all. So that's a next thing for all of them to learn. And I think I hadn't realized just how lacking or absent any learning of the opening was for a lot of newer chess players. I think a lot of them have never learned, like, develop your pieces, control the center, calculate variate. I think nobody's told them anything. Anything. So in this position, she played e5, which normally works in the King's Indian to leave the pawn hanging. But here, white hasn't wasted a move with c4, so to speak, in terms of a central fight on e5, right? I mean, obviously, it does something for space gain and so forth. So she played e5. Looks like she calculated 1 minute before playing this move, and white can just take and win a pawn. That was it. Then she spent 30 minutes realizing she was down a pawn. It's a heinous start to this game. And I will say, there was a game earlier this tournament that Anushka lost basically just from the opening. It was so bad she was dead. Rachel also had a game where she was completely lost out of the opening, but she did get, but her opponent gave her one chance to come back. But her opening was so bad that it was like, when the opponent gave her one chance and she didn't find it, she's immediately lost again, right? It was like the opening was so bad she was down a pawn with a worse position. So, yeah. So there's definitely some games, and Matt had a game where he just lost straight out of the opening with white in 10 moves or so. So really, really a huge glaring weakness for me to never have considered. I just thought they were way beyond the level where they didn't know, their opening skill is maybe 800-ish level, I would guess, from what I've suddenly realized during this tournament. It's hidden in 5 or 6 games out of 8, obscured by the fact that somebody plays a bunch of opening theory they know. Right? But if against them you sat down and you played 1c3, you would find out. It would just be a disaster. So I just never considered that a player 1700-ish level FIDE could play an opening, could understand the opening at an 800 level or less. It's unbelievable. I didn't think I had to tell them in the opening you develop your pieces, because they're really good. In most of their games they look really good. If somebody plays 5 moves of any opening they know with them, it gets them over the hump. You know what I mean? If you play into, once Anushka gets to the Najdorf, she's okay. Right? If you play the first 5 moves of the Najdorf with her, not only did she not play any bad moves in the first 5 moves, but then she's on a territory familiar enough that all the moves that she plays are going to look like she knows how to play the opening. Ditto for, if somebody plays the white side of the Grunfeld with her, the white side of the King's Indian with Rachel. It makes it look like they know how to play, but they actually literally don't know the opening phase. It's 1,000 points weaker than their middle games or end games. That's right, Skibix. It is a good level for you, this tournament of theirs. Okay. And then we're going to pop up Anushka's game here as well, right? Seems like they're always on the same boards, no matter how much they win or lose. All of our friends here. Okay, let me check back on Kostya's endgame. So rook f5, he played king e2. He did choose knight e4. I was a little worried about even this move. I hadn't calculated it fully yet, but I was thinking like here, d5. I mean, I see white's not losing. They can go knight g3, knight d6 or something. I just thought maybe this would be pleasant for black to achieve this. Now I'm wondering if could white cheekily go grab the b7 pawn? It seems like much, but in an endgame, there's not so much action going on, right? So what can black achieve while you grab a pawn? It's a pawn, yeah. So that's why there was no c6. So instead we get knight g5. Yeah, knight trade simplifies the game for sure. It's hard for Kostya to win with the knight trade. Okay, hey Matt Chess. Hey Clutch. Clutch saying when I play people in the dojo, I get rolled in the opening, but I just played OTB in an under 1800 section, and nobody knew what they were doing past move 5. You feel that playing in the dojo is harder than OTB. Partly because most people in the dojo prep for you. Okay, so you're in the like round robins where they really prepare for you. I also think in general, Clutch, people in the dojo should on average be underrated, right? Like on average, these are people who are studying and practicing better or more than others. Uh-oh, what's happening with Matt's video here? Busted. Okay. Hey James, how are you? You've never dared that in real life? I know somebody who dared that in real life, Robin Esperoza. Somebody who had opening dice. And then eventually had opening dice, and on every side of the die, it would have like some bizarre gambit that he invented. Something of the sort of like knight f3, f5, g4, right? Or e4, knight c6, d4, f5. Just like, oh, and he'd invented a whole series of these things and then had them written on his dice, and the dice, he would roll the dice and then he would play whatever came up. I think playing people much worse than you consistently, Skibix, makes you careless. Not guaranteed careless, but has a tendency to make you careless. But just because somebody is not a kid or is unrated or something like that, that on its own shouldn't make you careless. If they're less good, and you play consistently with people who are less good, that has a tendency to make people careless. Oh, that's sweet, James. That's sweet. Thank you. I'm kind of with you, Tactics and Swindles. I'm mildly with you that this knight was maybe better than Black's knight, and certainly interesting for trying to win the game from Kostya's perspective. So putting a rook on f1 was what I was leaning towards, but I was also wrongly scared of c6, d5, which I realized I was wrong about. I'd also realized this trade could happen. With this trade on the board, it's very hard at the moment to conceive of a winning plan for white. At the moment, white's f2 and h2 pawns are slightly worse than any black pawn on the board. Rook endings are very drawish. So it's hard to imagine how you go about winning this game for white, or even, improving your position, putting pressure on the opponent. So here there's this kind of a plan. That's something. You go fishing against a weakness over there. So if black wanted to be like even more careful, they could have played a move like a6 here. Oh, you mean does Anushka's lack of an established rating kind of red flag her opponents into going crazy? I see what you mean. It shouldn't, Skibix. I mean, people should know there's lots of new players who are perfectly good. And does she not have a FIDE rating, really? At all? I thought maybe it just doesn't show. She definitely has a USCF rating. You're right, she has no rating. So I could imagine, yeah. Yeah, when they do their research on her, they don't come up with much. Kosi's definitely doing fine. He's definitely doing fine. I'm sorry, something seems to have happened to Matt's video. There's been inconsistent Wi-Fi in the tournament site. Only 3 rounds to go. You know, round 7 today, round 8 tomorrow, final round on Saturday. You get into a tournament and then suddenly it starts wrapping up real quick. You know, zipping towards its end. Just as you're really getting into it and feeling like, I could do this rhythm every day, right? Sleep, eat, prep, eat, walk, play, eat, postmortem, eat, socialize, sleep, eat, etc. You know, just, I got the cycle going, everything's great. You feel like you could do it 100 days in a row, and then suddenly it's done. But yeah, I feel like in the modern age, they should be able to figure out that she's a real player and not play bad moves in the opening thinking that they have to. Or thinking that she's, you know, a beginner or something. No. Plus, you know, she's got a normal score in the tournament, right? They can see that. 3.5 out of 6. How's her position? Interesting position. I guess there's this pawn on b5 that she hasn't recaptured for a bunch of moves. So the players are doing fancy stuff. Oh, the d4 pawn's hanging here. Yikes. And if she ever trades on c6, then she can't get back this pawn. So does she need to play e3 or something? That pawn's been there for a while. Interesting how hard it is to recapture it. Knight b8. Oh no, just take your pawn, Anushka. It would have been so much easier. Ay, ay, ay. Scratch that. We have confidence. You can recapture your pawn or not. Things will work out. Knight takes h7, Lorenzo. Let's see what we got. We got knight f7, rook f7, knight e4. King h8. Not only is black down a pawn after this knight e4 blunder, right? Down a pawn, but in great danger to the king because you're missing this pawn. White's got bishop c4, knight g5. They're ahead in development. It's very, 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 very bad. It's similar to her first round in that, you know, she should basically just lose the game for this. Here, you thought maybe white had knight h7. Is that what you're wondering about, Lorenzo? Knight h7, interesting. If the king takes, then black gets instantly ravaged. But I think Rachel planned this and her opponents saw it. Right? We cut out the bishop on d3, and then there's no follow-up for knight takes h7. So that's why her opponent played something that looks more sane. Queen f3. I think she's got to offer a queen trade here to stop knight f7. This is really grim. Her bishop's blocking the rook. I think she may... What? Did this work for her? Because this is devastating as well for the king, positionally. But here, 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 black loses. So white missed knight e6 here. Right? That was good luck coming back from that. You have to understand, like, there's no diagonal shelter. Right? White's got bishop c3 diagonal and bishop c4 diagonal. Like, you just can't play this position, I'm afraid. Like, I mean, yeah. She shouldn't be able to make it to move 20 if white played knight e6. Queen f3, queen f6. This is the live position now. I guess white's planning queen h3. That's why they didn't look for knight e6. White's trying something really brutal as well. Queen f3, direct threat, knight f7. You have to defend it with like queen f8 or queen f6, one or the other, right? And then queen h3 is the idea. But Sonia here is burning some time in the opening and being careful. Because she wants to knock Rachel out in the opening, but she is being careful because she realizes, you know, there's things that can go wrong. There would be more that could go wrong if Rachel had played this queen here move, because then the bishop's defended. But even then, none of these kind of combinations work. Trying to, you know, go rook d3. It doesn't work for, in fact, like 6 reasons. That's how bad black's position is. First of all, the only thing sort of aggressive or violent the bishop could do was trade itself off and die. Right? And then the second problem is, even if you went and did something violent over here and white were like, oh my god, I have to deal with it, you don't have this follow-up because the rook's busy defending checkmate, right? Not only that, even if you did, the queen's defending that so it could escape from the bishop. So white doesn't need to be too scared about queen h3. Essentially, white has a position where nothing can go wrong. If that makes sense to you. I mean, something can always go wrong, but the position is really, really balanced in a way where black can go wrong, not white. So all the tactical elements, right, are in white's favor, not black's. Can I share something off topic with you all, something not about chess? Do we have a moment? H5. Come on. Come on, man. Wait. Hey, Gaurav. H5. I mean, if Black should be doing something for this bishop, or bringing the king to e6, or putting the rook here to put pressure on f2 and h2, right? You come here, make white... I mean, what's wrong with rook g2? That's like the super obvious move, rook g2. Is he hoping that Kostya will go on this kind of excursion to a3, and then he's going to be like, ha! You didn't see this coming? Kostya's got bishop e1. That's not going to be a problem. The off-topic topic would be the rap competition from last night. So should Kostya go for this? Probably. Feel like he wants to go for this. Maybe he's going to want to stop this pawn, though. He's maybe thinking like, oh, if this pawn gets here, it might be something. But he can just assess, how dangerous is it, really? Rook b3 to a3 looks pretty annoying. I haven't yet figured out how Black should deal with it. What are the options for dealing with rook a3 from Black's side? Should Kostya go for rook b3 here? You could play a6 right away. Get your pawn traded. Rook goes to b7. Planning to then go to a7. Attack all your pawns from the side, from behind, etc. That looks good for Kostya Coast. I don't think a6 is much of a defense here. We could just sit with the rook on a8 here. You know, Milton, I'll tell you the same thing I told you 2 years ago, because my opinion hasn't changed. I personally saw absolutely no reason to think that Hans had cheated in the game against Magnus. Right? No reason. However, Magnus has a better feel for those kinds of things than I do. And so I remain mildly open to the possibility that if Magnus thinks it, Magnus might somehow be right, if he really thinks it. Now, the thing most likely to change my mind in the last 2 years has not been Hans's elite performance, which has not been a surprise and is neither here nor there for that, right? You know, people thought that Topalov cheated when he won the World Championship in that tournament in San Luis with 6.5 out of 7 in the first 7 games, right? He was accused of cheating during that tournament. I think we've got moves in this game, so let's see the moves at the same time as we talk. No. Okay, so the video's just a little bit ahead. Maybe we'll back it up a little bit. Okay. And it was known, Milton Friedman, the reason I bring that up is it was known that Topalov was an elite player, right? So what was the theory of like the cheating for Topalov? The theory for the cheating of Topalov was that just once per game, somebody on his team would come in and signal to him just like kind of like a yes or no, which basically just means like you can go for it or don't go for it. Because Topalov is good enough to know when the key moment in the game is. and he's good enough to know what the option is for going for it. Do you see what I mean? Anyone who's an experienced chess player probably understands what I'm meaning, but if like you might be more new to the game, that might seem a little mysterious. The point is, like, grandmasters often know, like, an elite player doesn't need much to get a boost. You see what I mean? Like, if you gave them one piece of information once per game, that might be enough for one of the players in like the 2780-ish range to be as good as Magnus, or for Magnus to be like 100 points ahead of everybody and just be gone out of the stratosphere. Right? All they need, like, they know the critical moments, they see what the option is, right? But can they tell, whether it works 7-8 moves down the road, right? Tal did that kind of stuff on instinct. But, a little nod to tell you, yes, you're winning or better, you should go for it, or no, like, just hang in there and keep the game going. Very valuable at that kind of level. I mean, valuable, like, not in a, not in the sense that I'm saying it's a good thing, right? Just in a pure performance sense, valuable. Okay, so the fact that Hans has done very well for the last 2 years has nothing to do with whether or not he might have cheated in one game a couple of years ago, right? The only thing that's happened in the last 2 years that maybe decreases the chances that I should give Magnus some allowance that there's a chance that he sees and feels something that none of the rest of us feel is Kramnik's performance in the last 2 years. The fact that Kramnik has gone completely crazy. Because I had a similar thought about Kramnik at first. I'm like, whoa, very, like he was making wild accusations, but I thought they're very wild, but we have to bear in mind this guy's understanding of chess is on a different level, right? So there's a possibility that he's seeing something that all the rest of us don't get, right? There was a possible. Yeah, basically Pearl. But not just that. It would be like one time per game at a critical moment when they have to make a decision to kind of go for something or not. I would have to show you a position to make it more clear what we're talking about. It could be a moment like this. Well, let me just set up a position. I'm just going to make some moves because a sharp Sicilian is an example where I can show you something. Sorry. Let's say this position here, Pearl. Basically, a GM is wondering, does bishop takes b5, pawn takes b5, knight b5 win the game or not? This example's too easy, but hopefully, because the answer is yes, it's winning. But imagine the answer were a little trickier, Right? Like, let me try and give a different example, just slightly different. Okay, I'm going to go bishop f2. Rook h6. Okay, imagine this position. White to play. Here. What a strong GM is wondering, as white, is can I play a4, b4, knight d5? You see what I mean? There's like one really clear, really game-determining question that they're wondering right here. Okay, I haven't analyzed this position, so I don't know for sure that's the case, right? So if you're like 2200, don't try and refute me. But this is an example that's supposed to help like anyone from like 600 to 1600 understand what we're talking about. Like a GM, you don't have to be a super GM necessarily to be thinking of this even. Maybe even just a normal GM would be thinking it, right? They'd be like, if I go a4 to crack the structure, they go b4, and I go knight d5, is it working or not? Right? And they just want to know, do I go for the adventure or, do I play h3 to stop the opponent's pawn on h4? You see what I mean? And that's the moment pair where they need one piece of advice. So you need like a second who's a strong player who knows when the key moment is there. And then the second has to look with the computer. Computer gives them they go through a few moves with the computer. They get a clear answer from the computer. And then they would just nod to the elite player like full steam ahead, basically, right? Like, yes, 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 go, go, go. Or like, just keep playing. And just being told that once or maybe even twice per game is enough to give like a 50-point boost. So it's very little information you would need to pass to a player, right? A single binary go or stop or yes or no or, hit or stay kind of thing. That's all you need, like once or twice per game. If you're already dealing with an elite player, could be enough. So Hans being a good player doesn't change whether or not he could have cheated, right? Whether or not he could have cheated, basically I think Magnus is more or less the only person who said that he thought Hans cheated in that game, right? Hans, I think, I don't know, maybe there were like a few other people, but I think in terms of the Magnus versus Hans game, there might be some people who believe Magnus or some people who believe Hans. But as far as people who have their own opinion formed, I looked at the game, I studied it, I blah, 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 blah. As far as I know, there was only really Magnus who expressed that he thought Hans cheated. And so the benefit of the, oh my gosh, elite player who sees things at a different level than us, you have to respect what they tell you. That's shaken a little bit by what happened with Kramnik. But unfortunately, I think Kramnik has some kind of, overarching mental illness. And there's no sign of Magnus having, a full-on breakdown of all his rationality outside of that one example, right? He's lost games to other people, didn't accuse them of cheating. Obviously, like, there's a degree to which he takes losses badly all his life, right? Like, he hates losing. He gets very upset. But there's a different degree with the Hans thing. He doesn't accuse all his other opponents of cheating, right? He's lost games before that game, and after that game, he's never accused anybody else of cheating. You can see he loses a game to Gukesh at Norway this year. He gets very upset because he blundered. But then he tries to make amends with Gukesh, and I think it's understood. Like, competitors like that care a lot and sometimes get upset. But he's upset at himself, not at Gukesh, right? Now, could the whole thing have happened without Hans cheating? Totally. Magnus might have had it in his mind that he was afraid that Hans would cheat because he knew that Hans had cheated in the past. And therefore, he may have been seeing ghosts, right? Once it's in your head that you're playing somebody who's cheated before, trust me, that can change how you see things. Okay? But no, nothing's really happened in the last 2 years to change my mind about it too much. I see no sign of it, but I can't discount completely the fact that Magnus might see something that I don't see, right? Like, let's say there was a rocket ship that was supposed to take off, scheduled for a launch, right? And some really elite astronaut was on the rocket ship getting ready for launch, and they said, no, something's wrong, like, we're not taking off. We need to stop. And a bunch of, mid-range technicians, I know it doesn't make sense, you wouldn't have a rocket ship serviced by mid-range technicians, right? But a bunch of mid-range technicians are like, no, we're running some diagnostics, everything looks fine. And the elite astronaut, the only person to ever go back and forth to the moon or whatever is like, I'm getting off. Like, I'm not flying today. I feel something's wrong. You understand how me as a not astronaut / not aerospace engineer would say, well, no computer tests or technical anything reveals anything, but I can't 100% discount the knowledge, feeling, opinion of somebody who's that far above me, right? The other problem with it is that basically cheating detection generally requires more than one game. So it's very hard, period, for anyone, even an expert on chess and cheating, etc., to look at one game and tell you if there was cheating in that one game. So I think it's really hard for anyone to really have any huge confidence interval. Like, even if you were the person who thought that your opponent cheated, I don't think Magnus could be confident, right? Like, maybe he thinks there's like a 60% chance that he got cheated against, or 70% or something like that. But I think none of us will ever really know, right? So, I don't know. That's my take on it. None of us will ever know. There's no sign or evidence that Hans cheated in that game. But we also don't have, a pattern of any, malevolence on Magnus's part. So the overblown theory that Magnus, the, really hardcore Hans side of the story people who are like, Magnus is employing a chess mafia to ruin the guy's life, and he's just out for him and trying to, kill him and ruin him and blah, blah, blah. That theory doesn't really make much sense to me either, right? If Magnus is wrong, he's probably genuinely wrong. He probably thought the guy cheated, or thought there was a chance the guy cheated. He probably didn't make it up or something, right? He probably felt it, and then and he probably hasn't employed an army of people to try and destroy Hans's life or anything like that. I don't know. Again, it's about as far as I know. Chris says it's not fair to accuse someone of cheating without evidence. Sure, that's generally true. I think it's generally thought that you shouldn't accuse people without evidence, but it's also a tricky situation where it's hard to ever have enough evidence. The evidence is not, if you're not able to obtain proper evidence, but you still think someone's cheating, do you accept it forever? It's very different at an elite professional level also than just at a normal people like you and me playing Blitz at home level. For us, if someone's cheating against us, it's not even worth gathering evidence and catching them, right? It's just the best thing we can do for our lives is shrug and move on. At Magnus and Hans's level, it's determining who's world champion and who's earning, $1 million and stuff like that, right? So it matters somewhat more. Still just an unpleasant, negative topic, right? With no good outcome. Yeah, there were rumors. I think there were many people who were suspicious of him, Chris. So I don't know. There is sometimes cheating evidence, Grandmaster Gifts, but very, very rarely does somebody just leave their phone in the toilet stall with their chess position on the phone, etc. Right? So, all right, let's get back to our main events today, shall we? Matt, by the way, has a very difficult position here as white in this Sicilian. We haven't really checked in on his game till now. The pawn on h3 and the bishop on b7. The pawn on h3 and the bishop on b7 are a little bit annoying for the white king. The white king's definitely feeling airy here. And the black king's airy too, but, white would have to prove something. It might be an option for white to play the famous bishop b5 here that I already mentioned, right? And go and get 3 pawns for the piece and just change the direction of the game. If white could get a queen trade, that would be just gloriously amazing for white. Because this middle game is not going to go well, my friends. I can tell you there's going to be knight f3. There's going to be knight e4. So, queen c7. That's the current status. Important moment for Matt. Perchard right here against Luca Fabian Muth. This is a real battle. They both used quite a lot of time so far. You can see 60 minutes, and they're just before move 20. So they're definitely taking their time. They know it's a complicated position. They're working on it. See update for Kostya's game. Wow, 16 minutes for Kostya. Rook comes back from G5. Rook retreats to A8. Stops the pawn on a dark square. Thanks for another weakness, bro. Now Kostya wants to go Rook G1, G4, and his rook's going to be amazing. Oh, man. This is everything Kostya could have dreamed of. Then the rooks retreat fully. He gets to put his pawn on F3 and target this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Black has worked really hard to worsen his position over the last 6 moves. As soon as the queens were traded, pretty much. Disastrous endgame quality. Disastrous. Okay. What happened here? Queen F6, Rook E1 trying for back rank mate, Queen F3, which can block on F8. White commits to the bit. Wait, she blunders Rook E8 check? No, that's not possible. She can't stop it. What? The game's just over? Oh my god. I mean, Rook D8, Rook E8 mate. Sorry, Rook D8, Knight F7. Right? Rook E7, Rook takes E7. If you move the bishop to make look for the king, then Rook check, King G7, Rook takes C8, winning a piece and trapping all this. So she didn't make it to move 15 even this game, Rachel. Yeah. Whoo! Whoo, mama! Dave is going to have to tell them about developing your pieces before their next tournament. Yeah, Bishop F6, Robin. It's this Rook takes C8, freezing your whole queen side plus up a piece. Right? Resignable as well, completely. Knight C6. See if Anushka's made any progress on that B pawn. She defends her D pawn. Black prepares Rook B5, Knight E5. Black does not want to give back that pawn. Dang. And then fighting for the A file. Jorge. Very high level stuff from Jorge here. Dang. But, you know, the extra B pawn, it's hard to advance or use it much at the moment. It's still a tough fight. If Knight C6 was best pair, I would argue that resignation is best. At this point, if you're going to lose a full piece, you're already down a pawn, you're in an endgame, none of your pieces are out, then yeah, maybe just pack it in for another day. And I mean, as far as I can tell, this might not be better, because it looks to me like this position here is checkmate in addition to being down a piece. So I don't know if Knight C6 was truly the better option. I mean, it's similar to resignation in that the game could be over really fast this way, maybe. White's now thinking in this position. Holy opening disaster, Batman. That was the worst. Well, some people would go kick a garbage bin over after something like this. I could see Rachel just laughing it off, which I think is far preferable. I would try to laugh it off. But even when this happens to me in a blitz game that I haven't traveled across the world for, I feel a little bit of ow. A little bit of ow. A little bit of I don't know if I can really take this. Ay. David needs some water and some breakfast, some sustenance. Oof. Okay. So, Ghost Yakubutsky, his position is very nice. Ruben tries to dig out from that weakness on a7. He sees at some point Ghostia might even go e4 on him, right? So he tries to get the thing out. Ghostia makes the trade. I think Black's going to trade the rook on a6. And then Ghostia will trade rooks and switch from g1 to b1 because there's even more territory on the queen side, right? I have a feeling Black did this. And then here, and the threat is rook here, rook here. Can Black possibly defend that terrible position in time at all? Is there any way? Maybe. Getting a move. We're getting a move from Portugal. Rook a7. Okay. Found something interesting, I guess. Righto, Kevin, righto. But how does this even work? The idea is to double here and then take on a6, but whenever you double, White can play pawn takes b7, right? Rook takes a3, pawn takes a8 with an extra pawn for White. So Ghostia doesn't even have to think of like, how do I get my rook to a4 in time? He can do anything here. Oh, I guess when he plays e4, Black's going to play b6 and then try to double up on it. Okay. Hang on. So rook a7. But yeah, rook b1 for Ghostia. It's basically there in time. Rook b1, and if you play b6, then he could double in time. And rook b1, if Black doubles, then he takes on b7. Actually, if Black doubles rooks, even better than pawn takes b7, brutal, is rook b7. Trying to take the pawn on c7 with check if Black takes your a pawn. That's not okay. So it's going to be rook b1, b6, then rook here, rook here, rook here. And then what? I mean, then we want a Wonkar King to b5. No, Robin, it's not foresight when your king gets stuck in the center that maybe the endgame will go well for you. Kostya played rook g4 instead. It's a candidate move, but what's going to be the idea? In other words, the move cropped up in my mind, but I hadn't yet thought of why it cropped up in my mind. You know, I'd seen this and then I wasn't sure why I was thinking about this move. Maybe try something like this in order to try and line black up and mess with this stuff. My video's still a little bit ahead of the ball. Let's back it up. I think the c5 pawn sack is not yet good. Rook g4, g5. Nobody understands the ways of MoveBot pair. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was f4. Okay, so we guessed the intention. Oh, is Faustino Oro playing at this same tournament as them, Ivan and Clutch? Is he in Maia? Interesting Kostya's time usage this game. He's going to be okay on time, I feel like, but I've rarely seen him really use his time at the pace he has in this game here. I guess he felt like this endgame, he couldn't afford to miss any chance. Like, it's so close to a draw that he has to really seize every single possibility. Chalk up Rachel's loss over here in the standings. So he's been just very, very carefully looking for everything. He has 13 minutes for 7 moves. That's okay. Yes, that's okay. But look how far below he is on time from his opponent. He's been below on time the whole game. And often Kostya leaves himself some extra time. Sometimes he doesn't need all his time. Additionally, much of this game has been this end game, which on the surface looks slightly simple. But Kostya's playing it really hard, like every hundredth of a pawn matters, It's not really hundreds of pawn. Every little, detail, every little opportunity he has to look at. No, Prasoon. There are tons of players in this tournament. We're just following 4 of them. Okay, so in this position, F takes, E5 is not a big threat, so black won't have to trade. Bishop takes H4 is a bit of a threat, though. So maybe black would want to play rook G8 here or something. But if black plays rook G8, then Kostya's really up a pawn like this, right? Very simple with the A pawn that wasn't yet captured. Driven says there's also bishop A7 coming down here. Oh my god. So Kostya's got 1 threat, 2 threats at least. 3 threats. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. So black's going to have to go for something like this now. Takes, and Kostya can pluck this pawn for free. It's a nice outside passer. Probably a 50% chance of winning that endgame if the players were equally matched in endgame skill. However, they're not matching endgame skill. Finally driven. Yeah. So I would assess Kostya's chances of winning as a very comfortable 75-80% at this point with the extra pawn. Man, that F4 move, well timed. Well timed move. Yeah, truly. That was a good find with rook g4 instead of rook b1, looking away from that side where black was dillying around weirdly with the a6 pawn, and find another side of the board where he could strike with some threats. Yeah. So Prasoon, the other 3 are not masters. They are members of the dojo. However, they're sort of, students of the training program. So all 3 of them are in the 16 to 1700 cohort. If you know your way around the training program and know what cohorts are and so forth. And all 3 of them trained quite seriously the last 5 weeks for this tournament. So we're seeing what the fruits of that training are. It will necessarily be a rook endgame, right? Tactics and swindles with bishop takes h4. Oh, unless Kostya's opponent doesn't know that he's got better chances in a rook ending and plays this, right? I suppose Kostya's opponent could do that for us. That could happen, I guess. He might want to avoid getting checked or losing a tempo that might allow white to break his pawn structure or something like that. Where obviously this is worse, instead leaving your king trapped on the side of the board and leaving same colored bishops on the board when you've got a couple pawns as targets for them. So I guess there's some hope of that. Rook a6 gets played. There it is. We see it in the video feed a second later. You are a member of the Dojo training program. Great. You're in the 700 to 800 group. Totally. Beautiful. We see Kostya and his opponent exchanging captures, exchanging exchanges, trading trades here. Does bishop h4 work for white? Yes. Como no? That pawn's attacked twice, defended once. That's what Kostya's had his eyes on for the last few moves. That was really, really great. Rook g4 and then f4. Does bishop h4 work instead of trading rooks? Well, Kostya's rook is hanging. Why do you want this pawn without the rook trade? You'd rather black capture your rook for free? In what world is this pawn, which you're going to get anyway, more what's the what's the value or thing you're pursuing? What do you want? What do you want for Kostya? I'm glad that you're good at using the Discord, Prasoon. Glad to hear that. I'm not very good at using it. Right. But what's the advantage of not taking your opponent's rook pair? What, like, look, Kostya got the pawn on h4. Right here. What's the advantage of leaving your rook hanging on a3 to take the same pawn on h4? Threatening a bishop, threatening a check. The bishop's defended, right? What are you trying to do? I can't conceive of what value you get by leaving your rook hanging when you could just take their rook. Taking the rook opens the file. I see. So you'd rather be down a rook than have there be an open file. Interesting. That's new to me. Sorry. Ghost is thinking a long time about bishop takes h4, isn't he? Does he have an option other than bishop takes h4? Or is there a problem with bishop takes h4? I suppose he could go pawn takes e5. And if bishop takes, then he doesn't have to trade bishops, which is nice. And if pawn takes, he may or may not even need to take on h4 right away because the pawn's not going anywhere. He can leave more room for his opponent to make some mistakes somewhere. But, I mean, your bishop and rook have to just sit there waiting to take the pawn. How much can you improve your position? The only thing you could improve here would be your king. I mean, other than bishop h4, which would still be the obvious move, right? The only thing to improve would be maybe like the king. Which you can do, yeah. You can do that. Oh yeah, he took on e5 first, Kostya. Huh. Yeah. King e3, king e7. And then we take, right? And we're dreaming of that bishop getting quote-unquote active for black because that leaves us with bishops on the board to work with. The bishop ending is completely winning for white. The rook ending is not super likely to win. What black should do after king e3 is probably play it like it were a rook endgame, which would be to go here, 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 right? This is kind of the best that black can do. And then boom, cut the king off. This king's escorting these pawns. We're going to try and capture this pawn. And then at the last moment use this rook to contain the a pawn and win with these two pawns escorted by the king while we don't care about our h pawn. I think I can see this king and pawn ending, this rook and pawn ending is winnable for white. I guess the key test is if they immediately go here. Right, I probably want to push, but I could consider this move. With the plan of just holding everything and going for the c pawn with my king, because the rook's blocking the a pawn, but they've got useful tempi to make in the meantime. Then they come here, and that is problematic, yeah. The a pawn's pretty fast. I think that I can't slow down like that. I have to go like this, proper. And if they take on h3, there's rook f6 check takes a6, which looks pretty good. So let's say they move here. I could play h4 if I want. Maybe this move is genius. Because I want to go here, but I also want to squeeze their king. Right? So now if they do this, now we go check here. Here or here? Go here, why not? It's kind of endgame. The rook's got to get back here. We come here. I have time to take the pawn. They can push, but you can see I got it just right. This is the endgame I want to win. They can start moving their king back towards the game instead of doing the counterplay. But this is basically a winning shape for white, this endgame here. The two passed pawns with the king right in front of them, halfway across the board already. It's winning. So that's kind of like the crux of, I think, what we should be expecting, or what I would be considering as white here if I were Kostya. But look at this. He gives his opponent the opportunity to keep bishops on the board for structural reasons, and the opponent goes for it. And the opponent doesn't even go bishop back to f6. Wow. Oh, and Kostya gets to do the back and forth here, because if the king gets off the side, Kostya gets a rook trade, which is a forced win for white. So he manages to take the pawn with check and trap the king back on the side of the board and keep bishops on the board. Holy moly. It's mind-boggling to think I was much worse at the endgame than this guy. But like every single opportunity to do something wrong, he has taken. And that's really why Kostya took on e5. He was just giving the guy another chance to make things even worse. Just every extra option you give him. You know how in the opening, normally, like, you prefer the opening moves that give your opponent less options, right? So you don't have to deal with more different problems. You can steer them towards, you know, what you're trying to get to. But in the end game here, it's the opposite. You give your opponent as many options as possible because then they can make more mistakes. So like if you have a certain series of moves you could play, like bishop takes h4, bishop takes h4, rook h4, king g7, then pawn takes e5, right? You guys see, Kostya could have done this. His opponent didn't reason this at all, but he could have taken here, right? And then you get this position here, right? So Kostya could have done this. Instead, he played the move order that gives his opponent an extra choice, right? In the opening or the middle game, you don't give your opponent extra choices, right? He gives him extra choices because every extra choice is another chance for the person to make a mistake. The person could say, well, you know, like I was ready to play the position after d5, bishop h4. But he's like, no, maybe Kostya's messed up and now I can improve my position and avoid that pawn structure. Oh my goodness. Every opportunity. So you want to give them as many choices as possible, as much latitude in a lot of these endgames when you face a bad endgame player. It is known. It is known. I hope Kostya's enjoying this game as much as I am. It's very enjoyable. Oh, and what a sweet move on move 40. So many times move 40s have ruined a game, right? That's a beautiful one. Kostya, I hope you're having a great day today. I think you are. Enjoy it, buddy. Not every day we get to twist and turn in an endgame like this. He prepares to answer rook b8 with rook b3, or even rook directly to a3. I was thinking, first we scare them off, then we go to a3. There's some chance you go straight to well, why rush it? Why give the guy rook b2? Well, because maybe it's bad and he'll go for it. That's the thing, Perry. It's inconceivable, almost, that after this point Kostya plays d4 and the guy doesn't go here to trade bishops. I mean, just inconceivable. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, so we'll go rook b3 first, I think, right? And then here, whatever, come up. And then rook a3 is going to be great. Oh, man, when that rook gets to a3, too. Or maybe rook b7. Hang on. If we get here, we could go rook b7, rook a7, etc. Ooh la la. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Let's check on our friend Matt. Let's go back to move 18. See what he did. Queen c7. Queen e1. Nope. Oh, he just doesn't know what to do. Poor Matt. Getting slaughtered. Like a lamb. Just shuffling his pieces on the first rank while black beats him down. Oof. That's rough. It looks like there's a very simple win for black here with knight f3. You take with either piece and then pawn takes pawn. The problem here is not that Matt can't see or find the things that black can do. I've lost positions on this with this structure as white before. The problem is you just don't see anything that you can do. You know that if you could switch over to black's side of the position, you could play correctly. You see their ideas, but you just don't know what to do. Happened to me so many times. I don't think my score with white in the Open Sicilian is as good as it should have been. But you got to do something, Matt. If things are that desperate, do something. But yeah, just waiting around to die is so sad. But I know you don't see bishop b5. That's why you don't play it. Same reason I didn't play it in a similar situation once upon a time in my life. All right, let's see what happened here. We got the rook. Okay, so Anushka's opponent goes for the heavy piece trades. thinking that takes the pressure off this pawn, takes it to a minor piece endgame. But the advantage here for black is very minor. This endgame can go totally wrong as well. Oof, or totally right, as Anushka trades off black's doubled pawns. What the frijole? Oof. Giving them the protected passer, then trading the bad white's best pawn that's keeping the black king out. There's some chance that this could draw the game, this first trade of Anushka's. Right? You make it, you block this part of the position and then just bring your king over and hope they can never break with b6. But to then open up the space for the black king and pieces to come in. Oh, God. And even giving black the chance to trade their bad bishop for your knight. Declined at first by Jorge, but... Or I don't know how the name Jorge is pronounced in Portuguese. For all I know, it could be Georgie. Oh, no. We're going to get slaughtered today, except for Kostya. We're going to lose every single game. Why black didn't take on c6? I don't know, Skibix. You would have taken on c6? That's good to know. It's good to know for you. Glad to hear it. Rook b3 from Kostya. Nice move. Maybe we should not look at any of the games other than Kostya's. Checarino La Schlamba from Ruben Lopez. Now sporting an hour and 20 plus minutes on the clock. Right on, Skibix. Yeah, your assessment that it's got to be winning, night ending with that nice protected passer is dead on. If you were a little suspicious of your bishop, you were right to be suspicious of that bishop. It's done nothing good yet this game. No reason to think it's going to change its ways from the current structure. So, yeah, Checolina La Schlamba is what my buddy Danny used to say back in the day when we did some of the first chess commentaries there ever were. Ah, those were the days. Checolina La Schlamba. Did we ever commentate on Chess.com death matches? Yeah, of course we did. Who else? Who else would have commentated on the Chess.com death matches? I'd like to think I'm still playful, Skibix. Yeah, squirrels are still my favorite animals. Huh, Kostya sends his king away. I imagined the king on d3. Let's understand why Kostya went in this direction. King d3, let's say rook here, hitting the bishop. Bishop here, rook here. Now here I was thinking rook b7. Very, very offensive, Robin. Yeah, very offensive. Perhaps they should have considered that the squirrels belonged there and that they must have misinterpreted something else about the situation. I know. Come on now. Look at him. Clearly not a pest. Right, so bishop h6 could be played, pair. Another Chekalina Lashlamba moment here, right? And then bring the rook around, bring the rook around. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Maybe not wanting to trade the pawn skis. I don't see why you get to say it looks like a draw pair. White's up a pawn and black's king's out of play. Playing chess for 3 to 4 hours straight with full focus is painful for Prasoon. Therefore, pro chess players have an incredible will. The truth is, Prasoon, that for them, or for many of them, it's not painful but enjoyable. In terms of your stamina for the activity, your stamina grows with practice. So if you find an hour painful, I would first focus on enjoying 30 to 60 minutes. And then when you get good with that and start really enjoying that, then you can slowly increase the time. Trading on b3 would have been lost for black. Yeah, any rook trade would have been lost. All bishop endings here are winning. Rook endings, I think a lot of them are winning in this particular game. King g3. Okay, so rook g5. So if you go rook b7, there's maybe rook a5. If you go rook a3, there's maybe pawn to a5. But then, yeah, okay. My first instinct here is rook b5. Well, Kostya's already moved something. Let's see. It's rook a3. Get checked a little bit. That's fine. We'll walk the king around back to the e file here. To e2, I guess. Man, this guy moves so fast. Okay, I got this instinct wrong. Kostya played this move pretty quickly, so he must be pretty convinced of it. My thought here was that black would do this. We would do this, and black would do this. And then I would go here. Oh, but then rook c2, huh? And rook here also. Not so easy. Not so easy. So rook a3, checkerino. King e2. At some point, black's going to play a5. Then you go back to b3 and b5 or b7. And black no longer has rook a5. Ooh. Yes, Robin, that's a good thing you noticed. That is a very important little detail. Has our friend Matt been felled yet? Wow, black didn't find knight takes f3. Must be because they saw something else. God, if Matt wanted to sit around doing nothing here, he could have at least brought his king off of the bishop on b7's diagonal. Do you not feel its rage, its fiery breath on the nape of his neck? King e2. Now, if this induces a5, we can go back to rook b3. Right? No rook a5 now for black, and we prepare rook b5 or rook b7. Pleasant for a peasant. Ooh, also, if we like, there's this move for Kostya, right? Because if the rook moves away, we could maybe go to f7. Right? If the rook moves away somewhere, we might be able to go rook f7. And if the rook trades, we know that's winning. Qu'est-ce que tu aimerais manger? Idéalement.
For breakfast that's not yogurt or Cheerios.
Des tartines, des
With
omelettes.
jam. Yummy. Do you have baguette?
Non, on a le pain au cannelle.
Well, that I have one with nothing. Is it the hollow one?
Oui.
Yeah, nothing. And not toasted.
Je l'ai déjà sur une assiette. J'aurais dû l'apporter.
Thank you, Dad. That's a big piece.
Ugh. Oh. I could eat a seed bar. I mean, today's going to be a short round, so I don't need much sustenance to get through it. A seed bar should do. Oh, Robin's asking about an exchange sack to make a fortress. Would the fortress not work as the h-pawn? If all white had were the h-pawn, Robin, it's pretty difficult for the rook and the h-pawn and the king to beat the king and bishop with nothing else on the board. Quite difficult. Very specific skill. Here, it's very easy for white to win since black will lose the a-pawn. So there's no fortress when white's got pass pawns on both sides of the board. If you were in a desperately losing endgame and white were down to just this last pawn and you could play the exchange sack to eliminate, let's say, their second pawn, you could try this, you know. I don't expect anyone who's not a master to successfully win that endgame against you. A5. So now Kostya can choose between rook b3 and rook f3. Choice is rook f3. Looks good. Looks very good. Ah. How did the guy know not to trade rooks? Who told him? No, I mean, every now and then you guess correctly, right? When you're just flipping coins. It's pretty obvious rook f3 loses. Even if you don't know the bishop ending is losing in that specific position, when you trade on f3, white's king walks straight into c6, right? And you lose everything. So now, big choices for Kostya here. He could play simple d5. He could play simple a4, nailing that pawn on a5. Simple king d3. He could play pawn d5, looking for a better version of rook f7. Or the riskiest move, least likely to be chosen, you go for rook f7 right now. Based on a long calculation, right? Rook f7, rook h3, rook c7, rook a3. It doesn't look right. Oh, Robin. Interesting detail. Perhaps. Kind of a moot point, but let's just quickly check if black can avoid further damage with c6 here. They can. So I guess white should play this move, Robin. Because you're right, the king actually can't use its jump to get through. So this move here and this, that'll be very convincing, but you're right, c6 does hold the white king at bay. Amazing. That was great. Now, when you've got a position that is borderline winning like Kostya's, how often do you like go for it with concrete lines, you know, trading pawns and doing things, and how often do you play little improving moves and take your time? You know? I think a4, actually, the more I think about this, but how often, you know, do you try and go for something versus like slowly improve? It depends partly on, you know, what do you think the long term looks like? In the long term scenario, what are your chances of winning? If your chances of winning long term are low, right, against passive defense, like if you think, well, if I just sit around with king d3 and a4 and they bring their king around to d7, like my chances of winning that endgame are like 20%. Then you really have an instinct to take, or then you really have an incentive to take some risks, right? And potentially trade some pawns, blow things up, allow counterplay, but get a pass pawn of yours running, you know, go for concrete variations. If you feel like there's a very high chance that your position's winning, then you have a low need to go for any of those kinds of trades, and it's generally simplest to just keep building your advantage. Here, there's a very good chance that Kostya is eventually winning. And concretely, this one does not look very good either. So as soon as you get here, I feel like there's no incentive to work really hard on some way to win the d6 pawn, because we can already see that it's not overwhelmingly winning, and our baseline is we thought we were probably winning if we played to begin with, right? So when you think you're winning to begin with, you don't want to do anything too risky. Kostya plays king d3. Okay. So the only thing this allows that a4 doesn't is a4 from black. Is there any world where black wants to seize that little opportunity and play a4 themselves now? Yes, I think so. I might be off my rocker, but I feel like a4 is a pretty big move for either player here. Stinking up the dojo today, huh, Skibix? Has Matthew's game come to a shuddering conclusion? Oh my god, pawn c3. f5. Boom. I'm struggling to watch that. Oh, look, Kostya wanted to walk his king to a4 and black played a4. I'm not sure I follow Submarine Mike. Can which player play... The pawn's already on h3. Can which player play h3, and what is h3? Yeah, unfortunately, I saw it all. Grandmaster Gifts. It only took me a moment to see it. Now Kostya just brings the king back, having induced a4 from the opponent. Me no follow. But he seems well in control. He's trying to prevent c5. Oh, yeah. He definitely doesn't want to walk through this. I'm just wondering, why did he move his king back and forth instead of himself playing a4? That's all I don't understand, Robin. Yes, I just don't know exactly what he's getting at, what his next plan is to improve the position. Black's brought the king to prevent rook f7 at some point. Oh yeah, I'm totally good, Cross, thank you. Pawn to a light square. That move ain't stupid. Or it doesn't look stupid. But maybe Kostya could play c5 now. Then he doesn't have to worry about c5 from black, and he can use dark squares to get to that pawn with the king. Huh. He could also trade to bring his king to c4. That's not bad either. Like, his king improved that way as well. He traded. Yeah, so that's going to bring his king into this sphere here very quickly. Grandmaster gets, you're asking if black's winning this endgame, down a pawn? No, white's winning this endgame, up a pawn. C6. If rook a3, maybe rook f5, harassing the bishop. White could do something like rook f4 and h4 to free the king, but that puts everything on dark squares where black can attack him. Next move is tricky here for Kostya. The next move is tricky. Maybe rook d3, letting the black king in though. King f5, king b4, king e4 comes quickly. That's not the right solution either. Ce que je dis?
No, I didn't get it.
Je pense que ça fait 2 heures sans interruption.
Okay.
Non, tu devrais peut-être sauver le cerveau comme tu peux.
Oui,
Tu peux aussi aller n'importe où que tu veux dans la maison, tu sais. Il n'y a que maman, elle n'a même pas sa masque.
Oh.
Donc, tu peux aller te promener, tu peux aller dans le jardin avec papa.
Can I brush my hair
Oui,
for
tu peux.
like 10 minutes and then do this again?
Il faudrait qu'on fasse autre chose. Ça, c'était peut-être même 2h30 ou 3 heures. Là. Est-ce que tu as une sensation de ce... Est-ce que tu as une sensation du temps qui passe ou pas du tout là?
I'm so bad at time.
Ok. Mais il n'y avait rien qui te disait, oh peut-être je suis là trop longtemps. I didn't analyze it in depth, rook a3. I considered it. There's this move, then you could play this, right? Then maybe this move harassing this guy. And I didn't really fight around in these difficult variations. I suppose here, you know, black could consider something like this, harassing the pieces. As well as the possibility of maybe coming back and just trading A for H pawns. Bishop here, black could just come back like that. I just didn't really believe in this. Okay, I see what you're saying. Can white go here, here, and then go straight for that c6 pawn? If you win the c6 pawn, I believe this, yes. And then you have time to get back and defend the a pawn. Yeah, that I believe. That I believe. Rook h2, huh? Interesting idea. Rook h2. So maybe save the bishop. Move the king out of the way of the check. Pawn. Try some more harassment. Kostya's found some kind of decision here. I think he's played rook d3 to overprotect his d pawn. Is his choice. You say black can't allow this. This is not yet 100% clear, is it? Like rook a6 was very strong, and we're still fighting. White basically needs to win that pawn for free to have any hope here. Look how few pawns white has. Right? Rook and bishop against rook is a draw. So we're down to the dregs here. We got to be very careful about a pawn trade. Very careful. So Kostya plays rook d3. That frees up the king to go here. Black plays bishop f8, preventing it. No, it's good. Oh, it's very hard to see how to win this. To my mind, very hard to see. Maybe here he can give some checks on g3 and f3. Or maybe bring the bishop from g3 to e5. Taking over a little more territory with the bishop, then go offensive with the rook. There's still like a lot of room to do stuff here. But a pawn trade is very, very committal. So, two ideas for white. Rook g3 check. King here. Rook check. If you go here, I'll go rook f6. Here, I'll go rook f6. If you go here, I have bishop h4 check. So I guess you go there. Now I wanted to check you with my bishop, but I guess I have to do my second idea with my first idea. Go here. This will at least stop white's rook f6 idea. Okay, we get some position like so. Still not easy to break. Through, break down. Tu peux le faire dans une autre salle ou chambre, tu sais? Tu peux aller où tu veux? Ok. Queen z5, preparing rook takes d2. What? What about pawn takes e4? And then e3 next move. Oh my god. And now the king is off the thing. The bishop retreats to c8. Matt lives. f5 is hanging. Matt takes it. He doubles up. The guy doesn't know what he's doing. Matt's better. Rook on e5. Okay. Ooh, Matt wants to go knight g5 and collect a pawn as soon as possible. I can understand it. But you play this move, and just look at the picture. It's done. You actually win for white. The pieces can't get out. They're just tied to this pawn. You can improve your king where you want. You could play g4 to have room to attack the h-pawn from other angles. Oh my God. That was blown so hard, my friends. Not only did black miss a million easy wins, but this was the easiest win the world's ever seen. It's e3 with check. The knight can't move. The rook is hanging. Like, that, how do you not play pawn takes pawn here? God. This guy's rated 1900 FIDE. I would think a 1200 would play pawn takes e4 in a Dojo Rapid tournament on Sunday morning. And they would know why they played it. They would have calculated that they're winning with e3. Oh. That was... Oh, Matt, you can thank your lucky stars. You've got a lot of them today. That was unreal. And then you're in a pawn down, like, lost endgame, right? You've been pardoned. You're in a pawn down lost endgame. And the guy just retreats the bishop back to c8, drops the pawn on f5, and then you're winning? Like, not only do you not get splatted like a bug, but are you going to win this game? Are you going to win this one? That's not right. You ought to have lost. No, don't you think? I reckon you should have lost the game. We did find checkmate over there. This game I stopped watching here after king g7. But after seeing how Matthew escaped, I thought I would just go back here and make sure that white actually played knight e6. All right. Let's go back here. Oh, white puts a pawn on a light square. Bad news bears. Pawn trades, I guess, are okay. The game is still going, I guess. There's always hope. There's always hope. I'm used to playing against people against whom there's no hope, you know. I've been practicing against a computer engine recently. Oh, look. Predicted every move except bishop e7 from black, which they failed to play. Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie. Little oopsie. Now, Kosti might be desperate enough to play rook f6, rook b2, and trade pawns, because he is not winning so easy here, Mr. Bambizi here. No, not so easy. He could try expanding his h-pawn, but it's headed towards the king's, loving arms, right? It's heading right towards the king's loving arms. So maybe it's time to go rook f6. Nope, Kosti clings to his a-pawn. All right, fair enough. Matt's opponent has used all his time, by the way, Grandmaster Gifts. Yes. He's been way down on time the whole game. He's been playing on the increment this endgame. Oops. Oops. You see what happens, Matt, when you let your opponent play e5. Now it's a mess. Now it's a mess again. Matt's victory has evaporated again. It did seem a bit much to win this as white. But you see, like, instead of freezing the opponent, he decided to try and go win the h-pawn. Then he decided, wait a minute. I let the guy move his pieces again. It's defended. I could take on e5, but I'm not confident about rook e5, rook e5, rook e5, rook d2. Rightly so, by the way. So it's like, okay, I'll bring my king closer so that we could do the whole trade, and then I could block the second rank. But, like, by now, oops, wait, what am I doing? Wait, why didn't he come forward? Why did he crawl back into his hole? What is going on? I guess because he was still hoping black would hang the e-pawn. But, you know, it's good to bring out your king. I just got to say, it's good. And then, you know, you can offer rook trades, and still a bit better for white with chances to attack the e-pawn or the h-pawn with the king and knight in the center. But he drops back into the hole, and then black gives him the pawn. Great. Glorious day. Halloo, hallay. Now, that said, this endgame here is much less lost for black than if you put the pawn back on e6. Basically, it's very hard for white to keep h2 and b2 defended, to attack h3 where you can never actually get it, to get your king into the game against the rook and bishop. It's very, very hard to play this endgame. If you could literally slap a pawn on e6 for your opponent as white, you would here. And that is why, my friends, that is why in this position you must keep that bad pawn on the board. That thing is killing black. It's not you who's killing your opponent, it's the pawn. It is that pawn. A game like this, you definitely have to see that it's your opponent who's beating themselves, not you. And so perhaps you can then appreciate that you got to keep that pawn on there till it's finished the job. Until it finishes the job. Maybe play rook f5. Luca Fabian. This way you're unabashedly just wanting free points for your students, right? When you start rooting for rook f5 for your opponent, let's not do that. Let's not cross over into the dark territory of quote-unquote hope chess, aka not even really chess, just being stupid. Okay, coast to coast. What do we do now? What do we do now? King d3 to e4. Switch around to the other side. The king's so badly placed. Maybe you could try and bring your king to g6 and then play h7 checkmate with your pawn. Wait. Demain?
Do you really mean we'll be at school tomorrow?
Non, je pense que c'est pas sûr que tu seras à l'école demain.
Oh, because you said that today I would do it because you thought I would be
Je veux que tu aies au moins une journée tranquille, calme, où tu te sens pas mal pour te récupérer. Mais là, on va commencer à faire des travaux d'école pendant la journée ici, bientôt.
I only have 2 things to do.
Un truc écrit en anglais, j'ai entendu.
Yeah, and I already did all my math, and there's only 1 page left at the anglais.
Ok, alors fais l'anglais avant de me demander des questions de ça.
Wait, what?
Je m'exprime si mal.
No, not that. I can barely hear.
Fais ton anglais avant de me reposer des questions sur ce que tu veux faire.
Just say no. It's not very fun.
Ouais, ce serait moins amusant. Mais au moins, tu auras l'anglais derrière toi. Ce serait mieux que la barre devant toi.
I need mom's help.
Ah oui?
Yeah, she helped me with the first 2, but the last one is harder.
Donc, c'est pas un truc que tu es capable de faire sans nous.
She didn't help me with the first one.
Ok, très bien.
Yeah, that one was easy. Then the second one was harder, and the third one is hardest.
Kosti and his opponent already hit move 60, so they're pulling out extra score sheets. Now, how would black answer the move rook to c2? They could perhaps ignore it, more or less, with king f7. And then against rook takes c6, go rook b2. He gives it a go. Exploratory threat. Oh yeah, there's rook back to c2, right? So this is a true threat because the rook can come back. Hey, hey, hey. Love to see that. Love to see a true threat. Could that force the black rook into the corner? Perhaps. Oh yeah, it's very funny, Jörg. Siehst du, wie ich da lache? So fun to waste your efforts for 10 years for no result. I love wasting all my efforts. There's little so satisfying in all of human experience as to know that everything you do for naught. So I don't really see candidate moves other than rook b6. We could check on c5. Idea pawn takes c5, rook h4. c6, rook h3 check, king e4. That's it. The c pawn just wins on its own. Skibik's following Anushka's endgame here as well. We were around here before. Bishop e8. King comes back. Pawn gets attacked, and there's a new passed pawn emerging. Black threatens c2 with the knight covering king d2. Maybe Anushka can try e5 here. A little something to do. E5 with the idea that on the natural move here, we'll trade the knight, giving our king access to d2. But the bishop is covering that. So if black just advances with the king, yeah, that might sting. Knight c5. Okay, so here the idea is on pawn here to bring a knight to d3, I think. Yeah, fair enough. Still very, very difficult to play this endgame as black, right? Because Jorge's king is not yet in the game. The pawn's making a break for it, but at the moment, white's got an extra king nearby. So it's very likely to lose your pawn when you push it before the king's ready. Basically, he's trying to, break white's defenses by pushing these pawns at once. But the king's not really there. Could go wrong. Our friend Perchard covers his second rank. But he does it wrong. Oh, king here would be correct. If rook check, you can block. And if black takes control of that square with the bishop, then you can bring the king. Now, the opponent still gets to harass with the first rank and go after the pawns. I just... je peux pas t'aider beaucoup en ce moment. Je peux répondre à une ou deux questions mais je vais pas faire un long... C'est quoi? Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
Well, it's fine. You can't really. I'm never gonna get to you.
Okay. Well, there's nothing easy about this endgame. Now that the bishop's out, you know, it's just nothing easy. Rook e2 gets attacked. Yeah. Well, it wasn't right for white to win this game anyway, was it? Let's just hope he doesn't lose it, because it's also losable now. Hey, my Berserker. Oh, we're having a bad day today. We're all playing like idiots, except for Kostya. C2. And even Kostya's not having an easy time of it. He forces the black rook into the corner. Oh, Kostya wants to send the rook to a6 and then play rook b2, rook b6. That's quite evil. Quite evil. Oh, he could get a decent angle on the 7th rank too in some cases here. He could get this position, but with his rook on b7, I could see that emerging. His opponent comes running back to the board. After bishop b7, despite the extra hour on the clock. A little hustle. Rook a6. Kostya better be nearby. He was. Just eating a granola bar or something like me. Some seeds or some nuts. Keep the energy up for the next 20 minutes. Actually, with the 30-second increment, it could be another hour and 20 minutes for Kostya. Everybody's got different strategies, Skibix, and different Sitzfleisch and different skills and so forth. The killer rook slide, taking over the B file. Kostya's done great work here. Taking over that file from the opponent's rook. That was a beautiful find, that move. Bishop c7 from Kostya. Let's just see it again, folks. Bishop c7. Whew, mama. Yeah, for sure, Grandmaster Gifts. He wants to be eating something low on sugar here, and I think he is. So this is the moment that I expected. Rook here, attacking the bishop. Normally you go to this great square e5, but here I would recommend Kostya go a little further away, like f4 or something. f4 or g3. Let's see if I can guess it right. No, he went to e5. Okay, the reason I wanted to go further back was in case of rook a6, which is going to get played. There it is. I want to go rook b7, and I don't want the king to be able to go to f7. I want to have one of these moves here available. So that would have been the reason for my bishop f4. I'm expecting this move anyway. I come here, and now the king has to stay off the second rank. Well, it's very hard to do, Skibix. It's very hard to do. Let's turn our eyes there. Black plays king f8 anyway instead of king f7. Oh, because there's bishop d6 in any case. Wow. Not going to be able to feel good about that for a while. All right, rook here. Okay, so here it's his opponent's move, Skibix, but if black went to the first rank, basically Matt's relying on his rook just defending those pawns along the second rank. Now, if I were Matt's opponent, I would more like consider bishop f5 here instead of rook d1. Bishop f5 is a clear draw here, right? You just keep attacking the rook like that. So that's definitely a big option for Matt's opponent. Maybe the best thing that could happen to us. Black could also think about, maybe sidelining that knight and seeing where it wants to go, because white has just completely lost control of the board here for the knight. It's just a victim drifting around without a home. Right? I don't know if it can even escape here without an immediate loss. So that would be scarier for me than rook to d1. Rook d5. You can try hiding in f7 or h7, but you're essentially cut off from the rest of your pieces and trapped. Feels lost to me, actually, honestly. Feels like rook d5's winning. Maybe knight h7, and you can slip out through f6. But knight h7, rook e5, knight f6, bishop f3, rook f2. Yeah, maybe black can't win yet, but it's become scary. Very scary. Rook e5. Rook d5 is a move that would cause white a lot of trouble. Oh, or rook f5, rook d5, knight h7, rook f5, rook f2, bishop f3, knight g5, forcing the trade. Huh. Wait, do I have a message here? Progress here. So we get one of the knights covering the pawn. Bishop retreats. Knight c1. Yeah, that pawn can't go any further, but white can't easily win it either just yet. Maybe what she wants to do is king e2 d3 if she can. And if this pawn advances, I think she'll just have to hoof it over here and hope that everything's still holding together, which I would say it is, Black's got to worry about this pawn. This knight can still be redeployed to attack either pawn. She can still cling to this game by her claws, I imagine she's not as motivated to draw a worse position as to win a better position, but if she sees it properly as a challenge, if the endgame sparring was enough to get her to kind of appreciate how you got to fight both sides of the positions, then this is within her range to play a very good defensive endgame right here with these pieces. I would agree with you 100%, Grandmaster Gifts. This open position here is a 3-result game. White's up a pawn, so, they could always randomly, I don't know, Black could blunder a rook trade or hang the pawn on h3 or flag or something like that, or play other bad moves of various kinds and lose. And White, of course, could get their pieces tangled up. Knight could get trapped. H2 pawn could get dropped. Lots of ways to lose. And then, of course, if no one finds anything too incisive, it could always end in a draw in many, many ways. So definitely 3 results possible right now. Kostya bringing the king towards e6. Holy mama. King e6, c5 check. I might have to refine my idea a little bit, but we'll figure something out. I mean, look at Black's poor rook, trapped by the rook on b7. It's beautiful. Black's really all the pieces constrained at the moment. Almost nothing that wants to move. You could slide the king over through e8 to d8 as Black here, potentially, but you don't even know if that improves your position, right? c5. I guess the idea is rook h6. Man, just always an active move, huh? Always an active move. Kostya has rook b8, rook h8 after the black rook goes to h6. I understand you'd be desperate to get your rook out of here. You feel like you're losing. Sometimes you have to calm that terror and just ask yourself, how is the other person breaking through? And just hold on. Chérie, pas goûter dehors du jardin, ça te fera du bien. Tu as été enfermé pendant 2 jours et demi dans une chambre, sans bouger. Ok.
Wait, no, I can't bring a book outside. I can't bring any paper outside.
Pourquoi pas?
Because there's no good place to sit even. There's nowhere to sit. I don't want to put a book down.
Essaye le balançoire, va respirer. Tu fais des grands problèmes pour ta maman et moi maintenant. C'est pas raisonnable. C'est pas raisonnable.
It's covered with spider webs and dirt.
Je m'en fous. Ce sont pas des problèmes. S'il te plaît, tu nous gâches la vie là, chérie. Tu te sens mieux et tu l'utilises pour nous gâcher la vie au lieu de t'amuser avec quelque chose.
Well, I want to police it, no. I just need you long enough for me to let me know. So you got to do that. You got to do that.
Kostya's played d5. He has not yet played rook b8 to h8, but that's what I would expect in this position. No, he found something else. Oh, he's got d6 here, just winning the game on the spot, right? Maybe that's what he played. d6, black can throw bishop h4 check, but still king d5. And the bishop has to give ground. It's pretty brutal. But yeah, d6, you have to go rook h4 check, king d5, bishop d8, or something miserable like that. You think you could just start with bishop g7 to win here? Bishop g7, king g7, rook e7, king f8? No. That's not so guaranteed at all. No. We're doing badly today, Alice. And it's our fault, you know. Everybody played nicely the last couple days, and today they all playing badly. Truly just, you know, below their levels, all of them. Rachel lost in about 14 moves, checkmated. Matt got a Sicilian position he just didn't know how to play and just moved back and forth while his opponent took over the board, winning. Then his opponent hung everything, and then he didn't know what to do. So now maybe he's gonna draw with the extra pawn he was gifted. And then Anushka, she sacked a pawn and then couldn't quite get it back. Maybe she's the only one who hasn't played badly today, but she made one or two really bad trade decisions. So she definitely hasn't played well either. Why does she let this bishop go to f3 and break her blockade of the black king? Does she have a plan against king f5? God, just as I say that, it's truly horrible. Play here. Oh my God. What am I seeing today? What am I seeing today? Kostya's playing well, Alice. Let's focus on Kostya as we've been doing. I think she'll be fine, Alice. She doesn't get too upset about her losses. She's got the least negative self-talk of the trio. Matt has a mild lack of confidence. Anushka has a jumping up and down. What do you call that? Her confidence goes up and down a lot. She's got a wavering confidence or a sinusoidal confidence. And Rachel is the only one whose confidence is just in the right place. It's like mildly confident, not overconfident, not underconfident, not shaken by little ups and downs or, one or two games back and forth. Oscillating is good, Jake. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot how to speak English. It's a very good character trait for competition. Yeah, I mean, we all have different good traits and bad traits, right? But yeah, I think the sweet spot for confidence is you just have to be mildly confident in yourself. And you want to be like confident in the work you've done and the preparation you've done, instead of just thinking like, I should always win or I should always lose, I'm a genius or I'm weak, right? It needs to be based on what training and work have you done recently. You can have confidence in the work you've done, right? I was confident that Anushka could draw this endgame because of the time she spent practicing endgames and sparring them, right? If she stayed calm and didn't get upset about being down a pawn, I'm very confident she can draw this endgame. King f2 here, right? Keep your pawns together so the king can't get into the game. just hold. Everything's okay. My opinion. I mean, by okay, I mean you're under pressure. I just think she could do it. Even here, she might still pull it off because she's got the practice, right? But it's all about the practice, and this king coming in is looking a bit scary, or a lot scary. Maybe then she goes back here to take this one. But that's 2 pawns down now. I don't know what she's gonna do. Rook h6, king d5, bishop f6? What in the holy garden of resigning was that? Oh, he brought the rook back to h6. So if he played bishop d8 or something, there's bishop g7. But this just loses to trades, check d7. They're going to stop the clock here. Beautiful work from Kostya. It must be said, epically poor endgame play from his opponent. Not to take anything away from Kostya, who I love. But, oh, I got a message on Discord already. Kostya can join. Ooh, we've been waiting for that. Alrighty. In the sense that folks have been asking to hear from Kostya for a couple days on the shows. Righto.
Hello, hello.
Wait, I need to put in my headphones to hear Kostya when it comes on. Hey, Kostya.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, overall today, quite poorly, but you're a bright spot, so thank you.
Yeah, I had I don't know, actually. It was an interesting game. We could be happy to talk about it. I apologize for not calling in earlier rounds, actually. I just forget to sometimes, actually.
Oh, okay. I figured you had like a lot of busy stuff going on or something, but people in chat have been curious to hear from you. You know, they're like, they had questions for you. Not all questions that I could answer. You know, they were like, they wanted to hear your voice. They wanted to hear how you're feeling. They wanted to hear what you're eating, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No. I do apologize to everyone that I haven't been calling in. To be fair, I think I finished after math like every single day. So I've I just figured, like, sometimes I talk to my opponent after that. I don't want to keep you waiting, you know, so sometimes I just forget. But but then I saw the other day you did like an 8-hour stream. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. I'm putting in those COVID hours.
How are you? You feeling better now?
I'm feeling better, yeah.
Oh, awesome. So yeah, okay. So I found a new weapon with white.
Right.
1c4.
1c4 English game after game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with all 3 games I played. Like, they weren't perfect, but like, yeah, first English I thought was relatively nice end game, and then the second English I played was definitely one of my better games. Like, my opponent was very depressed after the round with just how poorly he didn't like his position. And then this game I actually didn't like my opening play at all, but once we got into the end game, then I was quite happy.
Oh yeah. I'm seeing the final position of your round 3 game. That was great. That was the rook and knight versus rook and knight endgame. Yeah, and you're saying your opponent was depressed after that one?
No, the second English game I played. So I guess it would have been round 5.
Oh, in round 5. Okay, let me see which one that is again.
If you remember, the kid was just spending tons and tons of time.
Oh god, the guy who like flagged and just didn't even get into. Yeah. He struggled to get into that game. Yes. Okay, that depression makes sense to me, Kostya. That game was awful from his perspective.
Yeah. So, okay, these days, you know, I like to switch it up with white, like c4, d4, e4.
Yeah.
Knight, but yeah, what until they show me, I'm just gonna
You're just gonna.
keep rocking.
All right. Great.
I'm curious what you thought of the opening though, because I thought I was playing the opening well, but then once Bishop H3 happened, all of a sudden I didn't like my position. So I'm actually not sure where I
Right.
messed it up.
Well, the English is weird in that sense. I've played it a fair amount as well, but it happens
Yeah.
sometimes that you play a bunch of good moves, and then for some weird reason your position's not good, and it's very confusing. Um, and I once saw a game, an exhibition game that Magnus played. Maybe it was part of a huge. Maybe it was part of like a 10 game blindfold simul, or I don't know. It was for some reason he was playing, an exhibition against weaker players, and he played like e5, knight c6, bishop c5, bishop f5, d6, knight f6, like a kid, right? Like playing, like a kid trying to play the Italian opening against, right? Just very naive moves, and then his position was great.
Oh.
And every now and then I'm playing in English, I think I'm a genius, and then my opponent just puts a bishop on f5, and I'm like, huh, like how do I play here with my d3 pawn kind of getting attacked because I've got a pawn on e3 or something, and like I just can't figure out what to do. Or I do everything I want, and then at the end my opponent moves the knight from c6 away and plays c6, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm doing nothing. So I've definitely had the experience a little bit like you had this game where like I think I'm doing all the genius stuff, and then yeah, he played this knight d8, and
Okay, so 98. I thought like I don't know. I don't really question any. This was definitely the first point where I was thinking maybe I should have played B5 or something else. I don't know.
mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean at the point where you've played knight c3, knight d5, knight takes e7, um, I would
Yeah.
guess you don't have an advantage, right? Like it doesn't really make sense that you spent so many of your moves to put a knight on d5, and all it does is trade for the knight on e7, right?
Well, I wasn't sure. I mean, because Black also loses a tempo with Queen takes E7, and then a second tempo with Queen D7, right? Which I didn't know he
Sure.
was gonna do. But
Yeah. Not like anything disastrous has happened, but like you don't have an advantage. Like your whole position was just to put a knight on d5, and it didn't pan out, so to speak.
hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have a second knight that can that can go. I guess so. I've had the opposite experience with Black against the English, where I often feel like my position is like very healthy out of the opening, but then White just has this kind of nagging pressure. Like,
Oh, okay.
if you imagine, like they do put a knight on D5, Black gets C6 in, BC, BC, and then the knight goes back to C3, and then D6 is still weak. So it's like always like long-term
Always something,
issues.
yeah. And then bishop a3 and so forth. Yeah, I've won games like that in English too as white after black gets the c6 move.
So what do you think I should do instead of knight E7?
One of my English games that didn't work out, by the way, was against you, Kostya. It was a blitz game we played one day that may or may not have marked you in any way, but for me it marked me because I got like a3 b4 and a c4 c5, like a symmetrical English, and
Mm-hmm.
very quickly, and you would just like put a pawn on d6 to defend your c pawn and just kept developing all your pieces, and I never had anything. And then eventually you played b6 as well, defending your c pawn, and developed all your pieces, and played d6 d5, and then I was like slightly worse, and I was like, how I did everything. But anyway, um queen
Yeah, I
d7.
feel like I'm quite fond of the symmetrical. When I switched to the symmetrical English, I feel like my problems with the English basically stopped.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the issue is I feel like you have to be willing to play King's Indian in certain lines to like I guess play the move order that I like. So I don't know, maybe
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't work for everyone.
Yeah. When your opponent plays queen d7, I would consider bishop h3 a positional threat.
Yeah.
Because as white, I don't really want to trade that bishop. Unless you really want to switch to like e4, bishop e3, and just let
Right.
that bishop go.
But I wasn't in time because like if on bishop h3, as in the game, if I castle there, then he's gonna play h5,
Oh, right. Okay.
and then
Yeah, I looked at this during the game. This is where I joined the game, approximately at this point, Kostya, because we had a tough morning here. Um, so this is about when I joined it, and I actually thought that castling and allowing this whole bishop g2 thing was maybe okay.
so on the second time he goes queen d7, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I castle, he goes bishop h3,
Mm-hmm.
or yeah, and then what do I do there?
Okay, castles.
Oh wait, or I'm down a tempo. I played knight.
You played knight c3 in the game. Knight c3.
So instead of
bishop
you're saying castle?
Well, I would also say that knight c3 is a probably wasted move, but actually in the game I looked at knight c3, bishop h3, castles right there, even after bishop h3 has been played.
Okay.
And I guessed that you might be afraid of h5,
right?
But it might have been something more general than that. But
on h5 I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, my guess was you're afraid of h5, and I calculated queen f3, bishop g4, exclam.
Yeah.
Sending your queen to d5 and then c6 and then queen a5 and then bishop back to h3. And I was like, okay, I would be scared of that. Like, what? Now my queen's on a5. I just made things worse. Then I came up with castles, h5, bishop takes h3.
Right.
Queen takes h3, queen f3. So I don't love trading on h3, but I just need to get my queen to this area.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to play sort of queen g2 no matter what. And I got a fine position for you in my analysis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that one I didn't like either. I guess I thought black goes h4.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g2.
Yep.
H takes g3. I think hg.
Or I'll just play queen takes h3. I'm not going to be precious.
Sorry, guys.
But don't I lose a pawn?
Where are you, Kostya?
Oh, you can take f2? Then I play king g2 and I win a rook.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Matt, are you on the line?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm downstairs.
All right, cool. I'll come your way. I played probably the worst game I played with the tournament, for sure. Like 10 billion done. I didn't want to play them.
Confirmed.
But,
Confirmed.
Oh, yeah. And somehow got away with it, or got away with the draw, so
yeah.
Knows. I would like to caveat, I've had 1 hour sleep.
Oh, no.
We had the chess party last night, and it was great fun, and I fulfilled some of my goals, my personal goals. But my chess suffered today.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, I'll find Kostya and I'll catch in a sec.
Yeah, or maybe find your bed. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
I mean, he was already suffering on 3 hours, Kostya, so playing on 1 hour, I mean, you don't need to be a professional coach to see where it's headed.
Yeah, no, it's rough. Actually, to be honest, I haven't been sleeping well either. I've been pretty much jet lagged ever, like the whole tournament.
No.
But yeah. Oh, hey, Matt's here. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I drew.
You drew?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Maybe could have put the win in the end game, but I just didn't have the energy.
I thought Matt's opponent was playing very well.
I mean, I was playing particularly bad.
His opponent appeared to be playing well for a while, but it might have been masked by Matt just playing awfully. So
yeah, I genuinely, to some extent, agree with that. I didn't play any. I couldn't focus. I didn't want to play anything like. Oh, I don't know. I can't focus right now.
Oh. Well, Kostya, this is probably the last time Matt gets half a point out of a game that bad.
Yeah, I mean, lessons learned. No regrets, obviously.
Right. No regrets about the chess party.
Um, wait, so David, what were you saying about the position? I thought, yeah, GF2, and that's good for black, right?
No, because white has the brilliant move king to G2, winning a rook.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed that. Shoot. Ah. Okay, but then that's safe for white. Yeah, that was my only issue with that line.
Yeah, when two different trades are being interspliced around each other, it can get confusing to know who's recapturing how much. As long as you get the queen, you think that you've reestablished equality. But
yeah, I'm missing G2.
Yeah, but this position I would say is like totally fine for white. Like no chance you're worse.
Yeah, I mean after. Well, okay, I guess instead of h takes g3, maybe black can just pull the queen back.
Right. So I had looked at basically like queen g4, which you don't have to play, but the first line I looked at was like queen g4, trying to provoke, right? h3, queen f5, e4, queen d7, g4. And you're fine. Black plays knight a6 and prevents f4, and they're maybe fine as well. But, you know, the position's acceptable from your side.
But if black doesn't play queen g4?
If black doesn't play queen g4, then we may or may not play that whole g4 move so early, or we might anyway. I don't know. Like if they pull all the way back queen d7. Yeah, I'm probably inclined to just push g4 anyway.
You push g4?
Yeah, I might do it anyway, just g4. Part of my reasoning is if black ever castles kingside, their h-pawn will be exposed. And if they don't castle kingside, it's not totally obvious what they want to do with their king.
Okay.
But basically,
yeah, about equal.
Yeah, and I might be wrong about some details, but my overall feeling is once I realized I just need to get my queen on the long diagonal, even if it means playing bishop takes h3,
right?
Kind of with anti-tempo, right? But even if that's what I have to do, as long as my queen's on the long diagonal, I'm not getting checkmated. I control some light squares in the center. I don't think you can be worse.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Yeah, with the king on g1, and I also have this thing. I need my queen on the long diagonal, and I'm willing to play with my king on e2.
King on e2 to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Which actually, like, I was thinking it's not so horrible because, like, so I was actually like comparing this position. I guess it's like a reverse close Sicilian, and a lot of my play was inspired by like the rook b8 b5 like idea, and then in those lines sometimes black even plays like king to e7. So I was thinking like maybe it's not so bad, but
I've only played king e7 when I blundered some like bishop b5 knight b5 tactic in the opening. I've never meant to play king e7.
Oh, it's it's spice of life right there.
It's a thing. Okay.
Well, in some positions, I'm sure. Okay, my next question.
Yeah.
Was on. Okay, I mean, of course, black could have improved. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I think the endgame was kind of like pleasant for white, so maybe instead of knight e6, black should have played f5.
Right, f5 or h5, something to prevent g4.
Yeah.
Or after g4, they could insist on keeping queens with queen h4, right?
Yeah, so queen h4, I was gonna do queen g3.
Right, and then if I insist, I have to go back to d8 or something.
Exactly, and then I thought, okay, I'll bring my king around to the king side, and it's kind of the position we were looking at.
Pretty similar, yeah. King f1, king g2.
Yeah.
I thought your opponent was afraid that you would go h4, h5, and the game would become double-edged. That's why I thought he went into the endgame.
Oh, maybe, yeah, actually, on queen h6, I was definitely going to play h4. Yeah, maybe on queen g5 also I could go h4. I mean, queen h4, I can go queen g3, h4, yeah.
On queen h6, e4 would be pretty powerful too, but...
No. I think I saw this during the game.
But against queen d8, you might play h4, but you were mainly thinking king f1 and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I don't think you're dramatically bad after king e2, right? You have the g4 plan. I mean, you're okay. I would guess that you're, a tenth to a tenth or maybe 0.15 worse.
Yeah, no, I thought I'm like computer okay, but
Yeah.
I just didn't like,
Yeah.
just didn't have any, didn't have a nice feeling for the position because it felt like, okay, black maybe tried different plans, and I'm just playing with the king in the center, so it's impractical.
Right.
Anyway, that's why, I mean, if you noticed, I was spending a lot of time. Just
I noticed you spent gobs of time compared to you. I noticed that. But yeah, you handled it. You got king e2, g4. Your idea was fine. The endgame was fine. And within a couple moves of the endgame starting, it just moved in your favor almost every move.
Yeah, this was like such an interesting endgame for me because at first I kind of thought like I'm escaping into the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my opponent also thought like he was better going into. He felt confident to me because I have split pawns. He's already getting the F file. It kind of looks like he's the one. But yeah, I just like slowly like, I don't know. I'm sure I've lost like such similar positions where I feel like super active as black, but then the counterplay doesn't materialize, and then all of a sudden, of course.
Yeah.
So
I doubt he was very confident about this endgame. Maybe he just wanted to get a draw or something, trade some pieces.
I mean, yeah, probably he would have been fine with a draw. But
is he with you right now?
No.
Okay. Then I'll tell you part of why I think he was playing for a draw with this. I would hazard a guess that your opponent has rarely won his games in the endgame. Therefore, he wouldn't like go to an endgame like this thinking he's gonna beat an IM from this equal material endgame.
No, I don't know if he thought he's winning, but it felt like he thought maybe black is the one that's like a slightly better. If anything, I mean, I also thought that like when I played G4, I kind of thought like, okay, takes F5, and like at least I'm not getting mated. Maybe I'm a tiny bit worse. I'll figure it out. But yeah, then once we got there, then suddenly, I found this plan to just put the rook on A3, and yeah.
I would guess that in the original position, nobody's more than a tenth of a pawn better. But yeah.
But it did feel easier for white. I mean, at least like all my moves were very obvious to me.
Yeah, b5, rook b3 was very pleasant.
And I wasn't sure exactly like how. Well, okay, actually no, I did have some. So okay, when he played h5.
Yeah, that's when I knew you would win the game. By the way.
Oh really?
Yeah, that move. I saw that. I was like, oh no, it's one of those.
Why is that? You just think that's like just a wasted move, or?
Oh no, it's like worse than a wasted move. It makes his G pawn weak. It keeps his rook from being able to access h2 from h5. It ignores the fact that b5 is going to play rook b3 to a3. Right? Like it shows that he doesn't yet realize that your next move is rook b3, which is brutal that you played b5 and he didn't notice you were going to play rook b3 next. And he's playing bad shape with his king side. So I'm like, this guy, and I was right. I mean, woof.
Actually, no, you're totally right. Yeah. I mean, when he played h5, I didn't think of it because anything of it because I immediately started calculating.
Yeah.
But you're right. Actually, strategically, it is an awful move because h4, I just play h3, and I should have played h3 immediately in the game. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, for anything that happened with rook b3, rook a3, like none of that would be enough to break black's position if his h-pawn were on h7. I'll even go so far to just say that. Like, no matter how badly I defend rook b3, a3, I shouldn't quite lose this game, except that he's run the h-pawn. It literally loses him this game.
That was his demise, wasn't it?
You put his pawn back on h7 and play your plan, and He would have had to find some other way to lose, but he wouldn't be losing yet.
Right. Okay. Okay. So on h5, I just wanted to confirm that e4 was not working for white. I don't know if you looked at this line.
Oh, I didn't. I just thought rook b3 looked great. Okay, show me e4.
That's what I spent 10 minutes on, because e4, I'm trapping his rook.
Oh yeah,
But he has rook g2, bishop e3, bishop h6.
bishop h6. I imagine now that you're
And,
mentioning there's a line here.
Yeah, basically, okay, the main line I thought would be I play bishop takes h6, rook ff2, king e1.
Yeah.
Rook takes a2, even. And this I evaluated as just super unclear.
So he's got 2 pawns for the bishop. And I would say he's
Yeah.
pseudo-threatening the move g5, as well as...
He's starting g5 and rook a3.
As well as maybe rook takes h2.
Yeah.
The only safe square for your bishop appears to be bishop c1, which at least stops rook a3.
And then let's just say like rook takes h2 and then trade rooks. And then I was thinking about this position, and I don't want to play that.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't play the position you want, you play the position you get. So our idea is to go rook a1, rook a7. Black's idea is to go h4, h3, then rook h1 check, and then win. That looks way faster than anything white can do.
Okay.
I wouldn't want this position either.
Okay. Okay, so I decided correct. Then my next question. When I played rook a3,
Yeah.
and he went rook gf5,
Yeah.
I realized that he maybe could try rook g2, bishop e1, h3. And then if I go rook a7, he has bishop f6 to h4.
Yeah, I thought that might be the point of him playing the h-pawn, was to go rook g2, and then one move later he like turned around and played rook f5, and I was like, I guess he was just trying to make his position worse.
That's going out to me? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. All right, I'll meet you guys for dinner then. Yeah, so that's why I felt dumb. I thought I should have just started with h3. I think if I just play h3, then we can get the same end game.
Right, h4, h3. It's a very, very attractive move to play as white, I have to say.
And then, okay, once I did get h3, and then from there I thought like, okay, now I thought it was like, from there I thought it was one-way traffic. I don't think
Yeah.
I mean, he made it like, he's a very fast player, and so he's like always, like he had like all these like little tricks. I knew like if I blundered anything, he would just pounce on it.
Yeah.
I feel like he's got a pretty good blitz rating too. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the rest of the game, I wasn't like so happy with it, just because I thought I probably had much simpler ways to like convert, but I don't think I gave him any real chances.
You did something very, very beautiful eventually with bishop c7, taking the b file for your rook from his. That was a very, very fine touch on the game. Hard to find, and like hard to find any other way to clearly make progress for white. So that was really beautiful. The only note that I would have for you, which I could be wrong about, is that I thought around move 49 or 50 that it was very important to play a4 for white and leave black's pawn on a5. And of course the flip for black, if you allow a4, that black should play a4.
Yeah. Once he got a4, and I was like, it's going to be harder now.
Okay. So you don't necessarily disagree.
No. I mean, I felt like I should. Um, I definitely felt like I should have like a really like simple way there. I mean, I went with this plan to try to bring my king to a4, and I just kind of underestimated that he would push a4. I thought that the pawn would be like really easy to pick up. But yeah, I definitely thought about playing a4, and then yeah, I guess it's one of those end games where it feels like you have a lot of options as white,
Hmm.
and you don't know which one's best. And in my mind, I'm just telling myself just not to allow counterplay. So I was really trying to like
Yeah.
take it real slow.
Yeah. To me, maybe a
Um,
simple sense of how you continue to improve in this position would be a4, then d5, then bishop to e1.
right. But he won't get any like bishop e1. He can't get to the fourth rank with his rook.
Not at the moment. Like, he can do it once you play bishop a5, but by the time he puts his rook on the fourth rank to maybe threaten something, your bishop could be into c7, d6, or you could bring it back to c3 after you've already taken the a pawn, right?
Bishop c3. Yeah, it's lights out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. I think I'm sure I was seeing some ghosts and a lot of variations, just like not wanting to allow random checks and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I
Oh,
mean overall it was very good, and I thought you were right in general to take a slow approach to the end game. There was like a choice early on where you could go rook f7 and trade your h pawn for the c pawn or something, and we talked about how it didn't make sense because probably if you play step by step you're winning, so you're not really looking to do something decisive, put it all on the line with a long variation trading pawns.
Yeah, I've just done that too much where I'm like, I have a good position and then I calculate some win and it's like I should be winning with my two pawns against the one.
Yeah,
And then, some adventures happen. That's okay. Let me just try to win the old way.
yeah.
So, um,
Yeah, it seemed very good. And I think even after he played a4, you found a way to win it, probably, even though it felt difficult.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it always felt like I'm always pressing.
Hmm.
And yeah, so
Yeah.
I always felt like, yeah, there'll always be a way in. Just like too much in White's position. I have this outside pass pawn. My king is closer to the queen side. So I just felt like, a lot of rook endgames to be winning and so on.
Yeah, I actually thought that, the rook endgame you would have gotten if he traded bishops on h4.
Yeah.
I thought that endgame looked pretty interesting as a question, like, does white win that rook endgame by force or not? And I thought about it a little bit, and I think I
Oh,
found,
do you mean
like,
instead of f takes e5?
right, if instead of f takes e5 you played bishop h4, or even if after f e5 he played d e5, bishop h4, and then he took,
Mm-hmm.
or f e5, bishop e5, d4, he could have gone to f6 instead of g7. Um, I was interested in all those rook endgames, and so I analyzed one of them a tiny bit and found like a kind of interesting approach for white. I thought that looked quite promising.
Yeah, I thought the rook endgame was also good. Like, so if I just take on h4 straight away without taking on e5, I thought that position eventually with fe5 de5 that looked really good. My issue was on bishop h4. I thought it just goes bishop g7 and we would just get the same endgame we got in the game basically.
Oh, okay. Oh, and so you played f e5 first, so you would get your d pawn forward to get some more squares in the center, some more space.
Yeah.
Or I suppose you could still have done that even after bishop g7 because your rook's covering d4. Okay, so it would have been pretty similar.
That's what I thought. Yeah, so I
Okay.
just thought it's kind of simpler version.
Right. I kind of thought like black's best chance is to draw the rook endgame
Yes, I agree.
Same colored bishops are winning. So I sort of focused at first before the moves got played. I was focused on looking at that rook ending and seeing like, can we actually win that?
Yeah, same. And
'cause-
then I thought like it is good. So then I realized, okay, he's gonna go bishop d7.
Yeah. So basically, I imagine like the white king's running up the board towards the e5 pawn, and black is playing rook b8, rook b2, and it was pretty interesting. But I thought I basically found a way to win it for white. Obviously, I didn't have time to double check and ensure things, but
Yeah, no, it felt good. Like my rook will probably collect the c pawn, and then I get behind his a pawn, and then I have 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. Did you enjoy the game today?
yeah. I mean, yeah, because I'm kind of like hyped up about the English. Like, yeah.
Okay, right. Anytime you get a new opening going for you, there's like always the honeymoon phase with your new opening, right?
Right. Yes. It feels. I don't know what can go wrong yet. I'm blissful.
Exactly. Like somebody who just starts playing the Sveshnikov or the Najdorf or something, they're like, "Oh my god, I should have been playing this all my life. I'd be a GM by now."
Yeah. No. I mean, the middle game, of course, was a bit unpleasant, but then after that, yeah. No, I really enjoyed the end game grind. And yeah, and now, I mean, this tournament, you always say to have a goal that you're practicing regardless of the result. So mainly I'm working on not missing my opponent's chances. That's been rough.
That's been rough. Okay. Well,
But actually, I have been enjoying the games, even like the ones I lost. I wasn't really. I was upset that I lost, but I wasn't that upset during the game.
like during the game, you're enjoying the process, even if afterwards you're like, "Oh shoot, I lost that."
We're still enjoying the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay, of course, my round 2 game was like the big disaster, but I guess with that one, I was enjoying most of the game because I was better, and then it was just the last part I didn't enjoy.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Trying to dourly make a fortress when you're down material is not fun.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That was a bummer, of course. But yeah, I'm not following chat, so maybe people have questions or.
We've got one question for you, which is, like, are you making decisions at times, or were decisions you made, trying to give your lower rated opponent rope to hang themselves, or did you strictly play the position? You ever try to give somebody latitude to make bad moves because you thought they might?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic strategy for dealing with lower rated players, in the sense that if you play very forcing moves, they're likely to find the forcing response. And if you kind of play more flexibly, then they have a chance to go wrong. It's what grandmasters do to me, and it's what I do to lower rated players.
Fair. There you've got it, Matt Chess. It's no secret.
I feel like there are even some more devious. I forget in which game I did this, but in one of my games, I was up on time, and I think if I remember correctly, basically I allowed my opponent some interesting options that I calculated don't work. But of course, my opponent would have to spend time looking at them and maybe would go for one of them, right? But at the very least, they lose a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's actually a strategy. I don't know if anyone has talked about this, but like, if one player is faster in calculation than the other player, they can kind of do this where they like can quickly see, okay, this doesn't work. They play a move, then the opponent has to spend 3 times as long.
Right, but just like repeatedly allow almost ideas for your opponent. Like, even if you have a safer move that doesn't allow it, you just play like the slightly riskier move where they're like, huh, are they mildly discoordinated for a moment and I can play this pawn break?
Oh, actually, I mean, okay, I can give you yeah, a very simple example, which I don't think was like I did it because they're a low rated player. I think this is just good chess. But
Mhm.
if you go to my round 3 game,
Yeah.
The 40th move there,
Yeah.
my opponent had 30 seconds left to make their 40th move.
Yeah.
Are you on the position?
I am.
Oh, okay, so normally I would have played knight d4 there in that
Yeah.
position, threatening or forcing rook c7,
Yeah.
which my opponent 100% would find on 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Um,
Even on 1 second plus life support.
yeah, I mean that's what he was expecting. Like he was ready to pre-move rook c7.
Yeah.
And so instead, I played a4,
Yeah.
which just felt like a useful move. Covers b5.
Right.
Maybe I want knight d4, maybe I want knight a5.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, he blundered with rook d7, which I didn't see ahead of time was a blunder.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not like this. If I saw rook d7 was a blunder, I feel like I feel like a real cheat. But I didn't see rook d7, knight a5.
Right.
Only after the time I figured, oh, okay, I'm winning. But
Yeah.
that was a nice trick, because of course on rook d7 now for the chat, knight a5, you can't go rook d6 anymore. Whereas if I started with knight a5, he would have put the rook on e6, and then he's fine, or defending.
Right. He's defending, but he hasn't broken yet.
So that's like a typical like time pressure thing. Like it's good to give your opponent options, because you might not even realize how they can blunder. You might not even find it.
Right. Yeah. Ooh. You got a very good answer there, Matt Chess. Yeah.
So yeah, still not having a great tournament, but I think I can try to hopefully get another point or so.
Yeah. Well, if it's any consolation, I wasn't even thinking of it in that way. I wasn't thinking of it as Kostya's not having a good tournament. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down a handful of points. I might actually play up tomorrow, which is exciting.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Always good to break out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I just thought, you were playing a bunch of cool games, and today was interesting. You played well, and I guess I don't have a great memory, so I don't remember that things have gone badly in some previous game, but I guess the only game that was kind of disastrous maybe was the second round game, which I didn't watch live, so it didn't leave as much of an impression on me.
Yeah. I don't know. Both losses were kind of unpleasant. I mean, game 2 is just a huge, calculation error, and then, in the fourth game, I feel like I just misplayed the position real badly.
But the position was so complicated, like, unclear what playing it correctly would be.
True, but I have a lot more experience in those structures, I believe, than my opponent did.
Right.
Just based on her repertoire. So I felt like I believe I was even up a tempo on like a normal position I've had before.
Okay.
So during the game I felt extremely confident. Like I have the position that I want. We have like this closed King Gideon.
Right.
And I played this before, and I'm like up a tempo. So, but no, clearly I like just misunderstood like a lot. So
the position.
And then it's very tough game.
The position with the pawn on c5 as you were getting from the opening into the middle game, it did feel like it was going to be hard to figure out what white wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
I kind of felt the game turned around the f4 move. That kind of like white's position felt a lot better after f4.
Yes. So okay, yeah. So that's the thing. Like after f4, white is like much better.
Yeah.
Like my position is just kind of wrecked. I mean, I got back into the game, but it was already bad. But okay. But I provoked him, I played Queen G5. Like, okay, go ahead, play F4. I get the E5 square. I just completely thought that was different evaluation.
You wanted her to play F4, but it was the turning point kind of in the evaluation there.
I don't know if I wanted her to play F4 because it changed the character of the position. But I was okay with it. I thought, okay, if F4, then it's different. But I still thought it's interesting for black. But
gotcha.
Clearly wrong. I mean, clearly very wrong.
Okay. Interesting.
But I thought she played quite well that game. So it's like it's hard to feel upset when you feel your opponent played well.
Yeah, she fought well and she passed up that knight c7, knight a6. That would have been really lame at one point. So. Yeah. So she fought hard and honestly, shall we say. She was not like a draw terrorist or anything, right? She gave you a real game.
And okay, let me ask you one question about this game. So on this game, I had a very difficult choice on move 40.
Yeah, you did.
And I'll tell you what happened. So I was on 30 seconds, and I mainly was calculating what I think is the right move, knight d2 in that position.
Yeah.
Where I have to give up the second pawn.
Yes, you have to.
And it just looks super unclear. And basically, I just told myself it's move 40. It's not practical to make this move.
Yeah.
And of course, I didn't see the why h4 was bad. If I saw h4 d6, then I would have made the right call. But I don't know. What do you think about? Like, was I just unlucky or like?
You had a few seconds, and you had to be a very, very brave boy to play knight d2. Depending on how much you looked at knight d2, like you probably looked at knight d2, bishop h5, e4. You only had a few seconds. I'm now noticing something I didn't notice back then, which is knight d2, bishop h5. You might also be able to play knight c4 instead of e4.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, if I happen to notice that I have that option on move 41, that I could maybe get back that pawn, that I'm not 100% committed to like queening my e-pawn down 2 pawns, that might help me have the bravery. Like when you're looking at an attack that looks pretty dubious, but then you see that there is a perpetual, and you're like, oh, well, there's still like an escape valve, and that shows it's more plausible, and then maybe you feel more encouraged to go for it.
There's kind of an escape valve there.
What's that?
So knight c4 is kind of the escape valve.
Exactly. Like if I saw knight c4, then I would probably play knight d2. Because like my heart wanted to play knight d2 the whole time, right? But then I'm scared of giving the h pawn.
So I actually did see knight c4, and no, I mean, I didn't reject it for any concrete reason. It was just like I basically once I was down to, I think I made the move with like 3 seconds, but once I was down to like 10 seconds, I just started. In my mind, I was just like, all right, solid or aggressive, just pick one, solid or aggressive.
Just flipping a card.
I've gotten aggressive too many times, like I've been burned too many, so let me just try solid. Okay, it didn't work, but bummer.
Yeah. And I feel like there was a moment in the time scramble a couple moves before that where you passed up some like more equalish options. So you chose to play very aggressively even a couple moves before here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I feel like you had a chance to just go for... okay, here was like your big obvious moment. At move 33, you could have played bishop b5, rook a3, bishop takes c5, dc, just opposite colored bishop. Endgame, right?
Oh, yeah. So you think that's like easy draw or?
Pretty likely, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you could you could play versions of that over the next couple moves, right?
Yes.
But I thought like, oh, Kostya's like looking for the tactic here, right? F4, bishop F5, bishop D3 almost wins on the spot, right? But doesn't quite. It's I thought you were really looking for a win there, despite being down a pawn, which I found very brave.
Oh no, I would have been happy with a draw for sure. But I guess I just found the endgame unpleasant. I actually don't remember like the exact position where everything is, but I remember thinking it was that well, I guess I just thought I would have more chances just in that moment, like to just kind of stay active,
Mm-hmm.
um, versus just going into like the wrong side of a two result position.
Gotcha.
But if I thought it was like an easy draw, like then I would have definitely done it.
I think it's. I don't even see. I didn't sense any danger during the game in that position, but I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
Wait, let me just pull up the position real quick because I definitely considered going into it.
Yeah, I guess it'd be like right after you played b5, right? Just directly the series of trades on b5.
Mm-hmm.
That you could take out the a pawn if you wanted to.
Okay, so on knight b5, bishop b5, and then rook a3.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I didn't want to play the two bishop endgame. Actually, I think I was afraid of like some h4 and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that might have been the slow grind where I lose. But
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, you might be completely right.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. You're maybe a little bit worse in the slow grind position, but you know, at least the position has no passed pawns in it. Like nobody's really threatening to beat you yet.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that was better.
Yeah, I don't know. And then bishop e3, f4, bishop c1. I thought there maybe you could play knight d3, going for something similar, right? You're going to trade on c1, trade on b5, take on a3. If you were still in the market for a draw.
Yeah. Okay, should probably run soon here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But hey, thanks for covering and the postmortem.
Of course. Yeah, I think it's looking like a very fun tournament, Kostya. I thought today looked really fun to grind an English endgame with somebody who's making some slightly dubious endgame moves. Nothing could be more fun. So I wish you similar fun tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah. Some rounds. All right, I'll see you. Bye, everyone.
All right, cheers, Kostya. Okay, folks, and that's going to be a wrap for today for us. We'll be back with round 8 tomorrow. And yeah, wish everybody a great day. I'll just quickly check if there's somebody else here we should send a raid to. Sure, looks like we could. Learning to face the Queen's Gambit accepted. Sure, let's raid Lafong and see what he's studying in the Queen's Gambit. And yeah, catch you all tomorrow.